if there's a siren, and then we can do, some workshops together and do resilience and learn how to fight terrorism through positive psychology. And we already organized a fake alarm earlier. That's just to get you, to get your attention. Okay. The other thing is that there's a QR code on your schedule, which if you put that next to your phone, you can actually see what's going on at the conference. That's an innovation, probably one of Stevie's innovative technological achievements again. So Tzoharim Tovim, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to open the 25th Shabtai Shavit World Summit on Counter-Terrorism during these challenging times. This impressive gathering is the flagship of the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism, ICT, of the Loder School of Government, Diplomacy and Strategy at Reichman University. The theme of this year's summit is Israel in the Eye of the Global Storm. What you're seeing by this title is actually what's happening. So you're at a conference which is dealing with current events. During the next 4 full and productive days, hundreds of participants from over 50 countries will share information and learn from each other. These distinguished individuals include ministers, members of parliament, ambassadors, heads of security services, representatives of universities, research institutes, the military police, senior government, and private companies. Among the participants are also tens of undergraduate and graduate students of the Loder School of Government, majoring and specializing in the important field of counterterrorism, which has become a very important academic field in this day and age, led by Professor Ganor, founder of the Institute and president of Reichman University. I should mention that this year we have an increase of 40% in the number of students who want to study counterterrorism here. So if there's anyone out there who has a child or a grandchild or someone in their security services who wants to join this degree, come up to me and we'll take care of you. All of you will have the opportunity to discuss ways and means of countering terrorism to help make the world a safer place to live. This is a wartime conference, so we ask your indulgence and patience for any potential changes that may occur. Let us stay united, share our insights, and move forward onto our mission of counter-terrorizing this region and throughout the world. Let's fight terrorism together. Please allow me to thank the sponsors and partners without whom we could not have organized this conference. The Husserman Foundation, Ambassador Ronald S. Loder, Gerald Swartz and Heather Reisman, Daphna and Gerald Kramer of blessed memory, Evelyn Taman Dweck, Stephen and Bonnie Stern, the Municipality of Herzliya, IAI, Israel Aircraft Industries, Israel Aerospace Industries, Cognite, CENTEF, the Center for Research of Terror Financing, Celebrite, ISGAP, the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the Schelling Chair for Crisis Research, CTS, Counterterrorism Solutions, and another very important sponsor of this conference is the late Sir David Garrard, Doctor Honoris Causa of Reichman University. We were greatly saddened by his passing in June. For the past 2 decades, Sir David has played a vital role at the Institute for Counterterrorism, sending missions of top security personnel from the United Kingdom to each of our past conferences. He greatly impacted bilateral UK and Israel relations in the fight against terrorism. Our hearts are with Ava, who is watching us right now from London, and unfortunately was not able to travel to the conference this year. Ava, we will take a rain check, and please accept our hugs directly from the conference. I am Jonathan Davis, Vice President at Reichman University and the head of the Raphael Recanati International School and retired Lieutenant Colonel in the Israel Defense Force. Without any further ado, we will start the memorial ceremony to Shabtai Shavit, former Mossad director and founding chairman of the Board of Directors of ICT. And with that, I wish to invite Professor Boaz Ganor, to come up. Boaz is a very special academic counter-terrorist who has made this conference possible. Together with a very dedicated and caring team of individuals, Boaz is commencing his third year as president of Reichman University. He is the founder and chairperson of the board of the International Institute for Counterterrorism and the Ronald S. Loder Chair for Counterterrorism at Reichman University. Boaz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jonathan. I will speak in Hebrew, so anyone who needs earphones, you can raise your hand, and we have our students that might help you get one.
Professor Reichman, President and founder of Reichman University and Chairman of the Board of Directors, Uriel Reichman, Chancellor of the University, Yariv Fischer, Mayor of Herzliya, Mrs. Yael Shavit, Igal Chusidman. I don't see Daniel, his father, but if you think that we have a beautiful auditorium here that we are so very proud of, it's all due to the Chusidman family that contributed this very nice amphitheater. Distinguished guests, I'm very happy and proud to open the 25th Conference for Fighting Terrorism in memory of Shabtai Shavit of blessed memory. This is the pinnacle event of the entire year. Shabtai, previously head of Mossad, was one of the founders of the Counter-Terrorism Institute, and he was chairperson as well. Immediately after retiring from the Mossad in 1996, he understood the importance of establishing an academic institute for the researching of the phenomenon of terrorism. It will serve as an excellence institute and will contribute to understanding terrorism and to understanding the challenges of dealing with terrorism. He was one of the people who established this institute, and he was chairperson for over 25 years. We're so very proud to commemorate his memory in this international conference. This year, the conference will be spread over 4 days and will have about 130 speakers, a very rare mix of people from the academy, from the business world, from security, and decision makers of all sorts. Alongside the main guest speakers, we're going to hold about 20 workshops and panels and 2 special memories, one to commemorate October 7th and the other one to commemorate September 11th. We will be joined by 2,000 people, including dozens of people who came especially from abroad. This is a huge production. This is very unique to international conferences. The entire planning, production, and execution is done by the people of the International Institute for Counterterrorism and Reichman University personnel, assisted by dozens of students and volunteers. This is all under Mrs. Ravit Barniv and Stevie Weinberg's supervision, and I want to thank you all. Israel and the Middle East have been undergoing in the past 2 years a big turmoil, and so we decided to call this conference Israel in the Eye of the Storm. It started out with an unprecedented terrorist attack not matched in the history of Israel or the history of the area. It included a coordinated penetration of thousands of terrorists, slaughtering and murdering hundreds or thousands of civilians. And then the swords of iron opened, this war opened, which was meant to deal with the Hamas, who was responsible for the slaughter. Since then, other fronts opened up in Lebanon, Syria, the Yemen, and Iran. And we also saw tension building up vis-a-vis other countries. Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, World Jihad, Shia militias, and Houthis, all simultaneously. And also we had to tackle different countries that supported terrorism headed by Iran. Dealing with all of these fronts at the same time for over 2 years is an unprecedented challenge. However, due to the bravery and heroism of the Israeli soldiers, it seems like Israel is really holding up and leading the war, is triumphing. However, in the international arena of diplomacy, Israel is not managing to do well. Many different countries and different agents are working against Israel. In the past 2 years, this is also alongside all sorts of expressions and steps that the government has taken. They get a tailwind, and the hatred towards Israel is spreading very rapidly throughout the world. This week, we see this process being streamed to the UN building in New York. There, this very murky wave is crashing onto Israel. Why is this happening? And why now? The reason is very clear. Pro-Palestinian organizations who are against the mere existence of Israel, some are supported by hostile countries that are seemingly holding the cover of human rights. They found the war as a golden opportunity to mobilize masses in Arab countries, in the Western countries, says the speaker, to massive demonstrations against Israel. A whole sorts of idiotic people in the Western countries that are nurtured by visuals from Gaza. Some are right, but some are faulty. They're all not asking any basic questions. What is this war about? Who started out? What did they do? Who is this organization, Hamas? What are the objective of Hamas? And what is the direct connection between the Palestinian fundamentalist terrorism and what's happening in their own Western countries? We must not forget, Hamas is directly responsible for murdering thousands of civilians, Israeli, Palestinians, and foreign. Hamas affected world terrorism, and it is a role model for Daesh, for Al-Qaeda, using very cruel methodologies. Same things for the individual terrorists that shook the European streets. They all learned it from the model in Israel. We also can assume that this model of swarming the civilian areas could be copied to other places in the world. Israel is unfortunately the lab, so to speak, of this terrorism. This could happen in the future when we see massive attacks on neighborhoods and in various cities in Europe or in other places where there are already enclaves that have no effective ruling and are actually ruled and controlled by radical Islamic factors. It is important, therefore, to note the things that are said and done by extremists in the Israeli government or the Israeli parliament are actually used as material by those pro-Palestinians. All sorts of irresponsible statements and irresponsible harm to the Gazan residents and Gazan civilians. They say as if there are no innocent people. This is immoral statements and immoral deeds, and they undermine the moral image and really harm Israeli legitimacy in the world. Populistic statements of that or other sorts, as well as all sorts of actions that are being done following decision makers, unlike the security point of view, maybe they tally with the sentiment of surviving that many of us in Israel experience after the October 7th slaughter, but they have a big moral defect and they harm the interest of Israel. The Iron Swords war is fighting Palestinian terrorism, regional terrorism, countries that are assisting and supporting terrorism. It started out as a no-choice war of self-defense, most justified. However, for over a year now, it has become a war of choice that is intended to achieve unclear goals that keep changing all the time. We have to remember that this war is causing very high prices from Israel. The physical toll, losing the lives of IDF soldiers, and very severe harm to their body and soul, as well as the heavy toll on the families that are in the at home. The longer the war carries out, Israel is losing its support in the world, and the result is calling for establishing a Palestinian state and for the right of return. The economic price, the price of the war, the cost of the war, and the harm to the startup companies that are going to harm Israeli innovation and economy. The social toll, the social price, the very severe disagreement regarding the war and its goals. This is the longest war in the history of the State of Israel, and these conflicts and disagreements are growing stronger and stronger, harming the unity of Israeli society. The price outside Israel, the fact that the war is lengthening and going on, is simply helping this anti-Israel wave gain momentum. The scientific price, the war going on, is harming academic cooperation, scientific cooperation, and it's risking the advantage of Israel that throughout the years made sure that it could exist next to its neighbors. The site of the war, everything of that sort is really pushing away any chance of normalization. Decision makers in Israel, as well as the Israeli public, everyone has to understand that the war is done. It has achieved its goal, and anything further along that is achieved is really not important in light of the heavy tolls that Israel is paying each and every day that goes by. The military and civilian capabilities of Hamas were already destroyed. The Iranian axis that had a hold on Israel is badly affected as well. Israel has to end the war as soon as possible. What is going to prevent a recurrence of the October 7th disaster is not going to be annihilating the last person of Hamas in Gaza, but rather coming up with new security arrangements, foregoing the policy of hubris and misconception, and shutting one's eyes and not looking in the right direction. Instead of establishing the second NATO alignment with the countries in the area, the continuation of the war is moving the countries to have an Arab alignment. I did not discuss releasing the hostages on purpose and the outrageous management of the discussions for their release. Some put the burden on the families of the hostages, saying that because of the hostages, the war must be ended. But the other point of perception is the right. We have to end the war, and this has no connection to the moral obligation of Israel to have the hostages come back, to bring them home as soon as possible. To conclude, Israel, for the last couple of years, has been managing a war against terrorism. This is unlike the war that's occurring between countries. People and speakers and guests in this conference have been dealing with terrorism, researching it and handling it. The experts here are well familiar with the democratic dilemma in dealing with terrorism, the difficulty of working in an efficient manner against terrorism while maintaining democratic value, the need to maintain this delicate balance between dealing with terrorism and harming people who are not connected. The experts here also know that such acts bring along acts of revenge. They know that terrorists are part of the civilian society, they are interwoven within the civilian society, and they also know that the country has a moral duty to bring the hostages home, the hostages that are human shields to the terrorists. Fighting terrorism is a very long and arduous war. Israel has been dealing with it since its establishment, and unfortunately will have to continue dealing with this thing for many years to come. This entails knowledge, experience, determination, cunningness, but also responsible leadership, and the processes of decision-making that take into consideration moral considerations. The purpose of neutralizing and annihilating Hamas is a just cause, but we have to make sure that Israel is acting in a smart manner, with determination and with moral strength, and is not dragged after all sorts of political interests. I do hope that from this conference and the discussions that we're going to hear in this 25th conference to commemorate Shabtai Shavit, we'll hear the theory and we'll come up with the effective manner of ending the war and continuing the defense of Israeli citizens here and throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Boaz, for those sobering remarks. We shall overcome. And on a brighter note, we get to actually invite to the podium a young man who studied here, who was a protege of Professor Reichman, the mayor of Herzliya, His Excellency Yariv Fischer. We never thought we would actually have a graduate in this area code that we would have to call His Excellency too. But here's the mayor. He's our graduate. Kol hakavod, Professor Reichman.
Throughout your presentation, Boaz, I was thinking of my teammates who are in Gaza now, and in the conversations I see on WhatsApp, they're feeling that they're there with no purpose. Distinguished guests, 8:46, Flight 11 of American Airlines crashes into one of the Twin Towers. Everyone is looking at the burning building, trying to understand what happened. 17 intolerable minutes go by. At 9:13, United's flight number 175 also crashes into the second building, and then it was clear war has been declared. This week, 24 years ago, the horror, the death, and helplessness that until then were only known by countries who were at war or by war veterans was broadcast to the whole world. We all remember where we were on 9/11. At the time, I was on the border between Jordan, Israel, and the Palestinian Authority. I was serving there, and we were all shocked and grieved. As Israelis, we all knew about stabbings, suicide bombers, etc. But that was just an event where you could just define your world as before and after. Many of us remember one of the light rays of those dark days, the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani. Giuliani was brave. He was a leader that was determined to bring New York back from the ashes, bringing back the Big Apple at a time where the dust and ashes were all over the streets. Giuliani was a role model for rapid leadership that is connected to the population. And on October 7th, the same was proven in the Israeli arena when the government was paralyzed, and the local authorities were the ones who immediately went to help out the residents and the local people. And Ophir Lipstein of blessed memory was one of those people. He was killed during a battle with terrorists when he was defending the Sha'ar HaNegev community himself. On October 7th at 6:29 a.m., when I was going to the shelter with my children, reality proved that terrorism has no boundaries. It is not bound by any conventions or any international agreements. And when I entered office as mayor at a time that was never in the history of Israel like that, we knew that new dynamics had to be formed. We had to build a specific designated methodology for the home front. And together with Professor Boaz Ganor and his professional team here at Reichman University, we took responsibility for our residents. We analyzed and understood the threats in the local arenas around us, and we built and rebuilt our municipal approach. We combined various factors. We put together areas, and I remember, Boaz, we talked about what would happen if there'd be a power shortage, and we talked about having generators that could also be used in other crises and disasters. We purchased a lot of equipment. We had drills. In the week before the war in Iran, we did the drill twice about missiles falling. We changed the way that we worked around these areas and these things, and we helped the weaker populations. But most of all, and most importantly, and that's thanks to you, Professor Uriel Reichman, we did not stop learning for one moment, to go anywhere and everywhere, to understand and update the perception, going into different places, in Hod HaSharon, for instance, where they had an attack and they were not prepared. We went everywhere where a missile had hit, Petah Tikva, Tel Aviv, Bat Yam, Rishon LeZion, wherever a missile had fallen, and we learned from every mayor, and we updated our perception and approach on our feet. And today too, we continue to learn what the gaps are, and some gaps do exist, and we will improve them. When we set out, our approach was to close a polygon of 200 meters. Every day that passed during the war, that polygon had grown, and at the end of the war, we're now talking about 600 meters, a 600-meter polygon from where the missile fell, where people will need help. Some will need to be evacuated, and some will need to be helped. And during that war, we saw the difference between local authorities who were willing to take responsibility and those who were not. Those who underwent drills and practice, and those who did not. And we have to be very serious about the safety of our residents. But unfortunately, here too, there is a huge difference between the budgets we get, the resources we get, and the responsibility we want to assume. And this gap is risking lives. And I would like to call upon decision makers who will come to this conference. We have to form the defense approach of this country. We need to have the local authority a partner in this. We need to combat terrorism as well as crime. We need to make sure that we can continue to function even during crises. We need to save lives. That's the most important thing, and we need to collaborate with one another because we can't play around with people's lives. This conference reminds us, just as terrorism crosses boundaries, so does addressing it must cross boundaries. Terrorism is trying to rattle us, but we need to make sure that everyone has a routine, everyone feels safe. Combating terrorism changes, but we have to make one thing always constant, and that is our determination to protect our people, to spearhead a new thinking, understanding that the front also goes through the home front. Last week in Herzliya, together with Eli Cohen's family, together with Mossad senior officials, we marked the 60 years to Eli Cohen's execution, and we thought, had he been alive today, would he go out on this mission knowing that his country will not do everything it could to bring him back? At the time, his family said they went and met with popes, and foreign governments were trying to change and trying to help and trying to make sure he will not be assassinated, but were not able to. And now we have 48 hostages in the hands of murderous terrorists, and if we are truly committed to countering terrorism and to combating the fear it generates, the terror, making sure that we all know that there's someone that's going to protect them, we must bring them all back now to the last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yariv Fischer, for making Herzliya safe for its citizens, which also includes Reichman University, which is the nucleus of Herzliya itself. So we feel a lot safer with all the great things you're doing and with your collaboration together with ICT. We can see that it takes a graduate of Reichman University to make a great mayor. And now we're going to watch a short clip about Shabtai Shavit, former director of the Mossad and founding chairperson of the board of directors of the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism.
Shabtai Shavit was born in 1939 in Neshel, a suburb of Haifa in pre-state Israel. Shavit joined the IDF's elite Sayeret Matkal Special Forces unit shortly after its establishment, where he served with distinction. This experience laid the groundwork for his future in Israel's intelligence community. Shavit joined the Mossad in 1964, starting his career as a collection officer. He quickly rose through the ranks, serving in various operational roles and senior command positions, both in Israel and abroad. After serving for 4 years as the deputy director of the Mossad, Shavit was appointed as its 7th director in 1989. He was the last Mossad director whose name remained classified, maintaining the agency's secrecy. During his tenure as head of the Mossad between 1989 and 1996, Shavit guided the Mossad through a period of significant global and regional changes. Shavit played a key role in the negotiations leading to the 1994 peace agreement between Israel and Jordan after years of covert ties. The day after the treaty was signed, King Hussein personally thanked Shavit for his crucial role in achieving peace. Under his leadership, the Mossad's credo and values were defined. Following his retirement from the Mossad in 1996, together with Professor Uriel Reichman, Professor Boaz Ganor, and a few others, Shavit co-founded the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism, ICT, here at Reichman University, and served as its chairman of the board, continuing his dedication to Israel's security. For 27 years, he worked tirelessly to advance the Institute's mission, contributing his extensive knowledge and experience to help eradicate terrorism in Israel and the world. On September 5th, 2023, Shabtai Shavit passed away at the age of 84.
כולנו כאן, באוניברסיטה, לצד מאות אלפים רבים ברחבי המדינה, אבלים על לכתו של שבתאי. הוא ייזכר על עוז הרוח והמנהיגות, על מסירותו ללא סייג להגנת קיומנו כעם חופשי בארצנו.
אדם מיוחד, מפקד נדיר, וככל שהיטבתי להכיר אותו, כך גברה הערצתי אליו.
With Shavit's passing, the state of Israel lost a brave warrior who dedicated his life to the country and its security, and Reichman University lost a cherished friend and partner on our journey.
במשך מעל לרבע מאה, אני וכל אנשי המכון לדורותיהם זכינו בדמות מופת, במודל ובמנטור מהשורה הראשונה. עם הזמן שחלף, התפתחו בינינו יחסי אמון ואף חברות עמוקה. ידעתי תמיד שבעת הצורך שבתאי יהיה שם בשביל המכון ובשבילי. רוחו של שבתאי וערכיו יהיו נר לרגלינו עד עולם. תהא נשמתו של שבתאי צרורה בצרור החיים.
We used to call him the spy who came in from the cold, who always knew how to keep a secret, unlike what goes on these days. And may Shabtai rest in peace. It is now my honor to invite Mrs. Yael Shavit, the widow of Shabtai Shavit, Zichrono Livracha, to the podium. Yael, this conference is held annually during your wedding anniversary. And even though dear Shabtai of blessed memory is not with us, he is here in spirit, and I'm not going to miss the opportunity of wishing you a happy anniversary nonetheless.
He reminds me of that, and he mentions that every single year without fail. Professor Uriel Reichman, President and founder and chairman of the board of Reichman University, Professor Boaz Ganor. I'm really moved. President of Reichman University, Mr. Yariv Fischer, Mayor of Herzliya, distinguished guests, members of my family and friends. This conference, the 25th for Counter-Terrorism, the World Summit, reminds us not only of his passing, but also of great presence. The idea of naming the World Summit after Shabtai Shavit, thereby making him present in our reality, has been facilitated thanks to our friendship with Mr. Jerry Schwartz and Ms. Heather Reisman, a wonderful pair of people who are so dedicated to Israel despite having experienced anti-Semitism, and we would like to thank them heartily for that. Many thanks also to Professor Uriel Reichman, who has opened the door to us and to Shabtai Shavit and to the entire family. He welcomed us with open arms into this place, which will always be a home for us. Thank you, Professor Boaz Ganor, who so well commemorates the spirit and legacy of Shabtai and allows those who love him to honor him by participating in this conference. I would like to thank Stevie Weinberg and Ravid Barnir and the organizers of this conference, this ICT team, and the executive of the university who worked so hard in order to make sure that in these hard times here in Israel, we will still have this summit. And last thanks to all those who have come here today, who have convened here in this special place, Reichman University, because they feel committed deeply to Israel and to the ICT. Exactly 2 years have passed since Shabtai passed away. 2 years that have been so turbulent here in Israel, and he loved Israel so much. 2 of the toughest years for all of us on personal levels. We began as 2 young students, a pair of young students in Jerusalem, and Shabtai told me back then that when he'll be 35, his career will peak, no matter what career it is, and he indeed delivered on his promise at the age of 42. Shabtai began his academic studies thinking of a career that will be in the academic world, but that did not actually happen because of one point that he was missing in his grades in the university. So he made up for it later at Kennedy School at Harvard. And so Shabtai found his way to a full career in the Mossad, where he manifested all of his unique capabilities and fully showed his deep commitment to the State of Israel. Back when we were on our first mission, as emissaries, which was very difficult, he wrote to a friend, he said, serving in overseas will help us financially, but God help me, I am not here for that reason alone. If it weren't for that feeling of doing holy work, even though our holy work is sometimes very dirty, he wrote in his letter to his friend, without the certainty that I am doing my part as part of the effort, I would have left making money to someone else, and I would have continued to sit at home. The Institute for Shabtai was like the beginning and the end. He viewed it and the various activities that he took part in the Institute, he saw it as a continuation of what he did in the world of defense. But through the academic world, he viewed it as a value-based channel to make an impact. I remember the first summit 25 years ago, the first Counter-Terrorism summit. It was quite impressive. Heads of the former intelligence services of the United States, the UK, and other countries were present, and for Shabtai, their presence was an expression of the special, friendly, and warm relations that were formed during the years that they worked together. There was a feeling in the air of festivity and optimism that working together we will find solutions for world terrorism. In the current reality, 25 years later, with major changes that we're all experiencing, it appears, unfortunately, that even though the ICT is engaged the greatest minds in Israel and worldwide, and offers various solutions and various ways of addressing and coping with terrorism, we have yet to find the political ways to put them to practice. May we soon see a different leadership
This is Boaz Ganor testing us again. False alarm.
As soon as I spoke about an alternate government and a different leadership, may we soon see a new, different leadership, Zionist, Jewish, in the value-based sense of these words, an elected leadership that will properly appreciate the importance of the contribution of this institute in finding the best way to manage the only country we have. My dream was not to have to say, and may the hostages return, all of them, and swiftly. But reality is bitter, so I will now add my cry. May they all return, and swiftly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yael. We will now view a recorded message from Heather Reichman and Gerald Schwartz of Canada.
Hello, my name is Heather Reichman, and it's my honor to be here on behalf of my husband, Gerald Schwartz, and myself to welcome you all to the Shabtai Shavit World Summit on Counter-Terrorism. Unlike all of you in the audience, I am far removed from the world of counterterrorism, but I was very close to Shabtai, who was one of the most special people in our lives. In every way, Shabtai was a mentor, a friend, an advisor, and most of all, the person to whom Jerry and I turned whenever we had a deeply difficult problem and needed the best of advice. He was such a special person in our lives, loving, supportive, strong, deeply intelligent, and always that special kind of reserve that let you know that when you asked him a question, he was going to think about it and bring his very, very best advice. We miss Shabtai every single day. And we particularly missed him and miss him this year when the world is in such turmoil and the country that he devoted his life to and that we love so much, Israel, is under such extreme pressure. At some level, we're happy that he's not here to see what has happened over the last 12 months. But in every way, we know that Israelis, everyday Israelis and Israeli leadership are missing his guidance. I hope that this conference is a meaningful one and that in every way it reflects the values that Shabtai brought to everything he did. Thank you.
Jerry Schwartz is a Jewish-Canadian business leader. He is the founder and CEO of Onyx Corporation, one of Canada's oldest and most successful private equity firms. And Heather is the founder and chair and CEO of Indigo Books and Music, and Canada's largest book, gift, and specialty toy retailer. The couple's generous contribution is rooted in their deep commitment to Israel, and thank you for naming this conference. We're most grateful. Thank you, Heather and Jerry, for being the people you are. It is now exactly 3:30, and we're totally on time, in spite of these false alarms. Totally on time. It's my honor to introduce Professor Reichman, the founding president and chairperson of the board of directors of Reichman University. He served as an officer in the paratroopers and fought in the Six-Day War, War of Attrition, and Yom Kippur War. He served as the dean of the Faculty of Law at Tel Aviv University. He fought hard to establish a constitution for Israel and promote electoral reform. Had he succeeded, we would not be stuck with our terrible coalition system, which negatively impacts governments, and a lot of the balagan that you see coming out of Jerusalem would look a lot better had they listened to Professor Reichman. In 1994, Professor Uriel Reichman founded a small undergraduate degree college called IDC Herzliya. It was the first private and non-profit institution in the history of this country. Being the ultimate academic entrepreneur of Israel, which he is, he added graduate programs and PhD programs to the academic menu of this small college. And in spite of governmental bureaucracy, he succeeded in having the college named as a fully fledged university, named Reichman University, which was a mammoth task, fighting against City Hall par excellence. The last feather in the cap is the recent feather in the cap is the creation of the Dina Recanati Medical School, and he is full speed ahead with further visionary initiatives, which you will hear about soon, because it's very, very hard to keep Professor Reichman at bay. Every few minutes there's a new initiative, innovative stuff. So we hope that to the age of 120, Professor Reichman, you continue with all these great initiatives, changing the landscape at Reichman University and the State of Israel. Professor Reichman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Udi Recanati.
And Stacy.
Stacy. Welcome.
Professor Boaz Ganor.
Professor Ganor.
And his famous wife, that is with him. Our great friend Daniel Husidman and Igal Husidman, who are here. I spent with Daniel Husidman many, many days and hours around building this beautiful place, which he actually donated to the university and made an important, very serious change in the standing of the university. I never thought that a building by itself can make a difference, but I was proven wrong. Yael Shavit, our mayor of Herzliya, a graduate of our university. And he made himself very famous also as a student at the time, for various reasons, which I am not going to repeat. And of course, Amos Gilad, our expert. So it shouldn't surprise you that I'm not going to speak about terror. I'm going to speak about internal problems. Since Jonathan said that, maybe it was a mistake not let me to finish the very major enterprise that I took at the time to establish a constitution, I'll come to it in a special way. And with that, excuse me, hold the English speakers. I finished my part in English and I'm moving to Hebrew.
October 7, 2023 was a bloody day, a horrible day. At that day, children and adults were burned, were slaughtered, and their voices were calling from the sheltered rooms, and it will forever linger in our heads and in our hearts with a lot of shame. We will also remember this, the horrible images that we saw from Sderot, from other places, civilians as targets, and a small group of policemen with their pistols, trying to fight the terrorism. The signs at the Nova site are going to be a testimony how they hunted our sons and daughters as they were running as animals, trying to escape the hunter. At the Maccabim Hall in London, Herzog said in 1876, he said that Zionism does not guarantee that in our homeland the sky will forever be blue, but Zionism promises one thing, that no person will be harmed due to their nationality or religion. This is the only fundamental promise that we can give. On October 7th, this obligation, this promise fell. This was simply a pogrom, the harshest pogrom at the new time of murder, of at that day we met again with the fate of generations that were in exile, that were slaughtered, that were hunted by their enemies. Something fundamental broke down, something that had to do with the national vision. The long and harsh days of war expressed the strength of heroism, volunteering, both in battle and at the home front. The 2 years of war, the hundreds of soldiers that were killed, soldiers that were injured, alongside difficulties, the home front that suffered missiles attacks, all of them brought along very brave forces that came about from the civilians as well as the military. Right now we see that the battle on Gaza is continuing, and it is very obvious that at the same time there are missiles in Tehran that are still ready to be launched. However, we already now have the obligation to be ready for the most important struggle for the character of the regime and government in Israel and in the Israeli leadership, the terror in Israeli society, that we will very fast find ourselves in the midst of after the war will end. And it put us in a horrible situation until October 6th. This clash and conflict stems from two methodologies of justice, that of the halakha, the Jewish law, and that of the democratic secular reception. The democratic conflict that is directly affecting the future and existence of Israel will be decided to a large effect by the soldiers who will be coming back at the end of the war. We can already see now and throughout the war statements and callings for bridging the dispute, for going beyond the conflict. And this could lead us to a situation where people will try to maintain the existing situation. We have to avoid that. We have to bring a different unity, a unity for change, a unity for stopping the situation and the discrimination between one's blood to another. I do recall how under those slogans of unity 30 years ago, we ignored a very extreme conflict between halakha and state, two systems of justice. Under this cover of unity slogans, we are finally paid by the murder of Yitzhak Rabin, and we still continue to pay the price of that until today. And I want to remind you all of that, as if there's nothing better to do now, but this topic has to bring light to the situation regarding the danger that we'll find ourselves in very quickly after the war has ended. November 4th, 30 years ago, Yitzhak Rabin, then Prime Minister of Israel, was assassinated. We heard many statements that said we have to have national unity and focus on the murder of Yigal Amir. This call for unity was nurtured by various political factions for their various interests, and they prevented a fundamental correction. The Oslo Accords also brought conflict. However, the Israeli parliament voted twice for these accords. The most extreme positions came from the Judea and Samaria rabbinical leadership, and they said that this is forever part of Israel and cannot be given back. They talked about all sorts of halacha laws regarding Rabin and any other political leader that was involved in the Oslo Accord. We know that the rabbis called for a discussion. Should we warn the Prime Minister and his ministers, who, according to the laws of the Torah, are deemed as moser, meaning giving parts of the state of Israel, of the land of Israel, to foreign hands. And of course, if there are such people, then they should be killed. At that time, and this is why I'm mentioning it right now, right here, we had no understanding what is din moser, what is this religious ruling and religious commitment for killing a person who's giving out parts of the land of Israel. The public did not understand what it means, and November 4th, 1995, Rabin was assassinated by Yigal Amir at the end of a rally for peace. Yigal Amir was connected with those rabbis, and he said that the rabbis did approve of what he was about to do. Yitzhak Rabin was a prime minister of Israel. He was chief of staff during the Six-Day War. He commanded the Harel division when half of its soldiers were killed. And it's very clear that his blood was given to, was declared as if it was free to be murdered. This topic was covered. The victory of the extremists was completed after Benjamin Netanyahu was elected prime minister. 25 years have elapsed from the Six-Day War to the Rabin assassination. The secular population did not follow the exact developments of what had happened, and at the time, within the Zionist religious public, a new body came to be. Nobody knew of it. We had ultra-Orthodox at the time, and we had the religious Zionism, which was part and parcel of establishing Israel, establishing the country. But then, by people were unaware, there was a mystical theology of Rabbi Kook. This entity is influencing and has been influencing until today the political party of Bezalel Smotrich, and has a lot of impact on what's happening here. Rabbi Kook's point of view was not extremist. He viewed the pioneers in Israel not as rebels or people who go against the Jewish religion, but he perceived them as this protective wall that is fixing the nation and the country, and this will be followed by the coming of the Messiah. The son of Rabbi Kook, just prior to the Six-Day War, he said, I cannot be happy when I see that the land is divided Here is Jericho, and here is the Jordan. And from that point onwards, there is a very big change that is occurring within the some of the religious population in Israel. The Six-Day War created a phenomenon of messianic awaiting, and Rabbi Kook's statements were deemed as prophecy. Young religious Zionist people held on to his point of view of Rabbi Kook. His son, Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, established Gush Emunim, that they built settlements in Judea and Samaria and other places. This was an interpretation that took the basic point of view to an extreme, and it was also followed by a messianic extreme view later on. So it was not only a prophecy where after using the hardware, which is us, the people, will see the Messiah coming and will have a state that follows the Jewish law, but many entities took this task to their hands and they started working at it very massively within Israeli society. And then there is a very big religious belief that comes about. Settlements are built in Judea and Samaria while they are really in conflict with Israeli law entities. Rabbis who come from Merkaz Harav saw it a mission to build new yeshivas and to have groups of believers around them, and also military preparatory school like the Eli preparatory school. Not only did they talk about these opinions, they also said that we have to push people to come back to the Jewish religious law, to become religious, so that we'll have more power. And then it became a political power in order to gain more momentum. And as a result, and at the same time, very grave phenomena had happened of underground groups and the youth in Judea and Samaria that were acting illegally. It's about half a division in number, about 5,000 people that cannot be controlled by police or the army for that matter. They find it very difficult to handle them, and they take the law into their hands, and they harm innocent people, and they act very, very harshly in this regard. And this messianic belief is very, very dangerous. I can remind you of Baruch Goldstein, who murdered at the Patriarch site. He murdered Arabs so that Hamas and other entities will react during the discussions in order to stop the Oslo Accords from coming about. And this really brought a big damage. Then Rabbi Dov Lior declared him as a holy person because he had a chance of stopping Oslo Accords from happening. These are the people, and I'm saying it because Professor Rabbi Jonathan Sachs called this phenomenon criminal altruism, murderous altruism. And he believed that the greatest threat onto freedom in the postmodern era is radical political religion, which is the murderous altruism of this modern time. And it's important for us to remember that this is things that we may have seen erupting in other countries, but they're very, very dangerous. This entire issue puts Israel in attention since the disengagement from Gaza. And if there had not been Rabin's assassination, we would have seen its being erupted, because it's not only the people thought they were losing their home and community, but the religious perception of holding onto the land also was shattered into pieces. This clash between the two things of going into the normative system of the State of Israel nowadays. And we have to understand the base. Where is this stemming from, and how strong is this conflict? This issue is even more meaningful during this current war. We have to understand that this group, which is represented, for the sake of example, by Smotrich, cannot do things differently. He, as far as his religious mission, has to settle in Gaza. As far as he's concerned, Gaza is an inseparable part of the Jewish heritage. They had to move away during the disengagement, but he must regain his stand in Gaza. And this is where the question of continuing the war stems from. This person who has this radical, dangerous worldview, who really wants to settle in Gaza, who sees it as his religious mission. And if this is true, and as we heard from the Chief of Staff and others who are saying that conquering Gaza is dangerous, it will cost many lives, perhaps the hostages as well, it is unnecessary. And here we are asking the question, the place and the danger of religious, radical worldviews that are in the heart and center of decision-making in the State of Israel. And this, Boaz, is perhaps a partial answer for what you have said, where it is unclear why are we not stopping the battles, but rather continue with our activity in Gaza, perhaps even intensifying it. And perhaps, ultimately, and I'll be very brute in stating that this is done for the people on the Smotrich camp, so to speak. Following the crisis of the coalition, there was a coalition that was established recently, headed by Netanyahu. They crashed the previous government by political bribe of ministers and vice ministers. This coalition had a move that meant to undermine the democratic foundation. This was preceded by the nation law, and the purpose was to completely disengage us from the Declaration of Independence. We talked quite a lot about this reform, or so-called reform, and I'd like to very briefly remind you all. This reform included 5 rings, so to speak, of smothering the Israeli judicial branch. One was the override clause, where with the majority of 61 parliament member you can have a law instituted. They said that the courts cannot discuss fundamental laws without really defining what this type of law is. Canceling laws, this was a mission impossible. They wanted to have 15 judges sitting at this type of ruling. And one of the worst things was complete authority of the coalition to control the committee for appointing judges. This is, of course, the very direct road to bring to a lack of justice. And they also had this tool where they tried to take from the court and cancel the They said that the Attorney General can only have a right for counseling, but not for any determination in any decisions. They tried to have an immediate revolution brought about, a huge revolution within Israeli society, a revolution that comes to completely change and overturn the state of the law as we knew it. This was expressed in the fact that in coalition agreements there was no mentioning of what they're about to do. They only said that the Minister of Justice will present the first topic that will go through in legislation, and everyone should agree. I guess they had a decision that was pre-made, but they never put it down in writing. And then immediately appointing Ben Gvir as in charge of the police. This is very similar to many regimes that were overturned in the world. We learned about it in 2018 with professors that came from Turkey, professors of law, and this really occurred by the book, just like it happened in other countries. They tried to do in Israel. And the purpose of all of these regimes was to immediately block the courts, the legal courts. And then they would go into blocking freedom of speech, changing the methodologies of elections, and remain there for a long period of time.
The outcomes of this coup remain. They are waiting for the war to end. And in the meantime, we are seeing a situation that is ongoing whereby all the gatekeepers are being taken down one by one. And those who are associated with this worldview are about to be given big roles in the ISA and elsewhere. The danger here is great because in Israel there are no parallel systems that can limit the parliament's power. In different countries there are two houses, there are individual elections, personal elections where people can object to one another. There are many other systems. Here in Israel we only have the judiciary that has been developed for many years, over many years, and the attempt to neutralize it means for the people of Israel that a small minority group sitting as part of the coalition system and has influence can pass far-reaching laws. And therefore, we are not only facing the dangers that Boaz has referred to, but we are also facing dangers that will come back to us quite quickly and soon. And I'd like to say one more thing that has been on my mind recently. We have been seeing dozens of people who have been injured, sustaining head injuries, being amputated, and coming back to life and to reality slowly and gradually with the support and love, and despite the immediate difficulties and their concerns about the future. These students of ours are honest people. They love Israel and they have given everything they could to ensure that Israel has a future. Among them wrote letters before they died to their parents. They were students of ours, and they wrote that even if their death was clear to them, they do not regret it. And we, who from the very beginning and throughout all of Israel's wars took care of them, what can we say to them? What kind of country are they getting in return for their sacrifice? Here at Reichman University, which from day one has stated that it is a Zionist establishment, that it abides by the School of Independence, says explicitly that we have to pave the way together with them and for them towards the future. We will not let anyone who has not fought win by having the rest of the public serve them as slaves. We will not let the future generation need to serve in Gaza in order to protect once again the desire to occupy that the Messianic Jews have. And our students and graduates, together with us, will continue to work towards a better constitution for Israel, and especially, and here this is a personal note, will take measures to do away with this terrible government using elections. We will support our students. We will help these students to make sure that their future and the future of us all is as bright as possible. And we'll use Altman to say that we will not go back to a road that has not been for us, because we will not go back on our history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Reichman, for telling us what you really think. And now it's my honor to provide you with a recorded message from His Excellency Isaac Herzog, the 11th President of Israel since July 7th, 2021, who together with the First Lady, Michal, have been staunch supporters of Reichman University since time immemorial. We thank the President of Israel and the First Lady for their great support of Reichman University. We will now witness the video clip.
My dear friend, Professor Boaz Ganor, distinguished guests from Israel and around the world, dear friends, it is a great honor to address the Shabtai Shavit World Summit on Counter-Terrorism and to warmly welcome all of you who've joined us from around the world. We gather at a moment of profound challenge and tremendous opportunity. The multi-front war that we have been engaged in for nearly 2 years has in many ways exemplified both the necessity and the limitations of democracies in fighting terrorism. It has exposed once again how terror organizations and their chief sponsor, Iran, exploit every tool at their disposal. How they twist international law into a weapon aiming to tie the hands of democracies while tampering every one of the norms. Here too, we see both the problematics but also the basic imperative. The international community must not allow the law to be distorted into a shield for terrorists. And let me be clear, unilaterally recognizing a Palestinian state is unfortunately not the answer to terror. It will help not a single Palestinian, nor free a single hostage, not at this stage. That does not mean that we must not think strategically about the future of this region, or that we must not exhaust every effort and resource to reach peace with our neighbors and bring stability to the region. Yes, I do believe we can reach peace the day after. There's no question that we must look ahead to the day after Hamas and after the release of all our hostages. Their immediate release must be a shared demand of every nation and person that opposes terror and seeks peace. And I've said it to the entire leadership in the international community who talks to us. I said, how about all of you standing up and for a change say, we don't talk to anybody, not to Hamas or anybody else, until they free the hostages, rather than opting for other solutions which do not serve the purpose of getting the hostages out. So, dear friends, the Abraham Accords and our growing strategic partnerships across the region show that cooperation and dialogue can be stronger than hatred and extremism. We must preserve and protect the Abraham Accords. They are a key pillar in the future of the region, and we must do whatever it takes to protect them. They aren't merely a historic pose. They are a roadmap for the future. The development and expansion of these accords are a prime interest of every nation who wishes to see peace in our region. Likewise, I believe that a new Middle East security alliance, grounded in broad technological and defense cooperation, and led by our greatest ally, the United States of America, can also do so much to change the playing field, strengthening the moderates, weakening radical countries and entities, including and first and foremost Iran and its proxies, who seek only to radicalize and destabilize. So, my friends, I would like to thank my dear friend, Professor Boaz Ganor, President of the Reichman University, an internationally renowned expert in this field. And I'd like to thank the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism, all of them, for their leadership in the global effort to understand and confront terror. Let us honor the legacy of the great Shabtai Shavit by combining vigilance with vision, constant vigilance against terror with a courageous vision for a Middle East future based on security, cooperation, and peace. Thank you, all of you, and shalom.
We thank the President of the State of Israel. By the way, the President of the State of Israel and his wife Michal, who support us so greatly, were once students of Professor Reichman at Tel Aviv University when he was still the Dean of the School of Law there. So the arm of Professor Reichman reaches all the way to the President's house. So you should hug Daniel with your other arm. Good. Okay. So now, it's my pleasure to welcome on the stage Professor Donna Wolf. Dr. Donna Wolf, actually, I've just given you an added title. Maybe someone should listen to this mistake and provide you with a professorship, which I'm sure you'll get in the not-too-distant future. Donna Wolf is from the Loder School of Government Diplomacy and Strategy. She's the moderator of the first panel of this 25th World Summit. Donna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm going to speak in Hebrew, please, now, and welcome.
The President of Reichman University and founder of ICT, Professor Boaz Ganor, Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad, the Director of IPS and former Department of Security in the Defense Ministry, Professor Dima Adamski, Head of Honors Track and Strategy and Decision Making here at Loder School of Government, and Reichman University, Major General in Reserves Eitan Ben Eliyahu. Boaz, can you please sit there? Amos following him and Dima next to him. Major General in Reserves Eitan Ben Eliyahu, the former commander of the Israeli Air Force. Professor Major General in Reserves Gershon HaKohen, former commander of the Northern Corps. Thank you very much. Hello, ladies. I would like to begin this conference with the words to follow up on what Professor Reichman has said. I'd like to begin with national resilience, and this component is part of the national views, but we'll begin at the beginning. So this perception that is not formally incorporated into any document, it began with the 18 points of Ben-Gurion and went through various formats until recently a law was established and legislated for the strategic defense of Israel, saying that the National Security Council will be the one to formulate it, and it will be actually classified and will not be given to the public public. And following the Iron Swords War, this defense doctrine, this defense perception has been raised. Has the doctrine actually been founded on assumptions that are built on misconceptions? Are these misconceptions, together with the renewed doctrines of our enemies, expose us to existential threat? And is this the time for a new defense approach? And we'll discuss all of that now. I will start with you, Professor Ganor. We know that this perception of or security doctrine is based on the various scenarios. And after October 7th, I'd like to ask you, the threat scenarios of Israel, have they changed in terms of their intensity, but also in terms of their essence, to the point that we are at an existential war? Thank you, Dana. Let's think about it. First of all, we have to think about the three circles of threat scenarios, some of which are concentric, overlapping. The first circle is the circle of the war or the activity against Israel, which is at low intensity, which is basically terrorism, the various terrorist attacks that have been typical before October 7th, from lone wolf attacks to organized attacks to kidnapping attacks and also suicide attacks, where in Israel we have suffered from them in the past and we will suffer from them in the future. Even if tomorrow morning we'll be able to kill the last of Hamas terrorists, I can guarantee that terrorist attacks will continue to be carried out against Israel. So this spectrum exists. But this kind of terror attacks have been joined by another kind, and that is the mass invasion terror attacks. That is what happened on October 7th, a mass invasion attack, and that is something that the terror organizations are looking at. They're seeing the success, and they were surprised because they did not expect it to be so successful, and of course being so successful means they want to do it again, and we should be taking into account other such mass invasion attacks, not only from the south but also from other fronts. And so the second circle of threats and scenarios against Israel is conventional warfare, regular warfare if you will. It is a war that Israel engages in with other sovereign states, and here too there are some lessons to be learned, and probably the next wars, if there will be, and hopefully there won't be, but if there will be, I hope that there will only be many years to come. When they do happen, we have to take into account that we're already talking about multi-front wars and not a single front war, and that is something that the Israeli doctrine must take into account. And of course, as part of the conventional warfare, we have also experienced things since October 7th, such as drones, several groups of drones, different kinds of missiles, ballistic missiles and other missiles. All of these must be taken into account when we do form this new doctrine. And then we reach the third circle, and that is the non-conventional circle, which is again a spectrum. It can be chemical, biological or nuclear. And I think that even though we have endured the attack from Iran, we are currently much closer to a nuclear threat than we were ever in the past. And here too I would look at three things. The threat in and of itself, which in of itself is a doctrinal issue, because if you have enemies that are insinuating or explicitly threatening to use non-conventional warfare and nuclear, that already requires a doctrine addressing questions such as whether nuclear ambiguity on Israel's side should continue and so on. And beyond that, we need to take into account the possibility of tactical use of tactical nuclear, or even a use of strategic nuclear, the second blow, etc. So we're definitely at a point in time following October 7th that requires us to rethink and reevaluate the Israeli doctrine. And are we at an existential war under this doctrine? Does this accumulation of events point to an existential war, we have to distinguish between an existential threat and an existential war. I believe that we are not at an existential war. We may get there, but we have not gotten there yet. Despite what the Prime Minister is saying, he has already been saying it. For the first time he said it 3 days after October 7th that we are at an existential war. We were not at an existential war then. We have not been at an existential war for the past 2 years, and we're not there now. What's an existential war? It's a war that threatens the very existence of Israel. So we are at the justified war. We are self-defense war. We are at a war that we had to go into. However, it is one that is a choice war, one that we have chosen. It doesn't mean that it's not justified, but we have to distinguish between a war that has been elected and a war that is an existential war, because as an existential war, you allow yourself to do things that you will not be doing in any other war. And unfortunately, the Prime Minister has personally used, dozens of times, he has used the term existential war in the context of iron swords, and has used this declaration, this statement, for various needs, some legitimate for strengthening the patriotic sentiment of Israelis, but also for political means. And I will remind you that he told Gantz not to leave the government because we're in an existential war. He said we should fire the head of the ISA because we're at an existential war. So in that sense, this term is being manipulated by him. At the same time, however, we all know, and most of us here Israelis, not all of us, that we are living under an existential threat from the day that this state has been established. That this threat is, and unfortunately this threat will continue to be posed against us until one of three things will happen. With that I will end. One, peace with our enemies, including those who believe or did believe until October 6th, understand that this is going to have to be postponed. The vision of peace has been postponed now for many years, if it will ever happen. Or two, our enemies will disappear miraculously and magically. That's one more fantasy. Or the third option is for them to stop hating us. And I don't think that we're helping them stop. Thank you very much. Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad. We don't have a formal doctrine, a formal defense doctrine. You have been talking about that for many years. Do you see that as a problem for Israel's strategy, or is the problem really implementing all of these informal doctrines that have been developed over the years? Well, aside from this very important conference, something else is happening today. Actually, two great things. The first is that the existential threat posed to us actually emanates from the Prime Minister's policy, and I'd like to explain. I don't usually talk about him personally, but as days go by, I am more convinced of it. Two things are happening now. Instead of us, based on the power of the IDF and the great achievements it has made to form a strategic Arab axis. Who would have dreamed of it years ago? We have the opportunity to expand peace with Saudi Arabia. We have the opportunity to expand and strengthen peace with other Arab countries. Now, in Doha, today, in this terror-supporting country that supports the Muslim Brotherhood, they have managed to convene together all the Muslim and Arab states, and all the content, even if it's not operative, they're all against us. Who would have thought that? How did we reach this situation? Second, Prime Minister just an hour ago at a conference in the Ministry of Finance said that we will be Sparta. He mentioned Sparta and Athens, and he talked about an autarkic economy. And even in the most God-forsaken college, nobody would be learning such idiocy, and anyone who would do so would get 0. What do you mean be Sparta? Anything that we do here, anything we manufacture, we depend upon raw materials from outside Israel, and we cannot be isolated. We're part of the world. Instead, what are we doing? We are now setting up another front Third, these days I'm becoming convinced that the Prime Minister wants to go into Gaza. It's like going into a black hole and being swallowed up by it. We won in Gaza. What does that mean, we won? As Boaz said, we killed the very last terrorist. That's never going to happen. But let's say suddenly there's an earthquake, 8 on the Richter scale, only in Gaza. So what? Who's going to manage Gaza? Who's going to run this disaster-stricken area? Who? The military regime? Who's the military regime? I was in charge of Gaza twice. Kogat cannot do anything like that. They cannot run Gaza for 5 minutes. The only one who will be able to do that is IDF. So again, reservists, and it will cost us billions. And rebuilding Gaza will cost hundreds of billions, and I'm not overestimating or underestimating. So this can only come from Arab states, it can only come from international coalitions, and the horrors and atrocities that are being shown about us from the world. Is that what's going to help us? We will be able to manage Gaza. Who's going to make sure that there's water, there's facilities, there's infrastructure? Who's going to rebuild all the structures? Professor Chagai Levine has this whole list of viruses that we may encounter in Gaza. It's the only thing that keeps reproducing in Gaza, that's the viruses. Who's going to make sure, who's going to manage all of that? And it's happening right now. We made peace with Egypt after many blood-filled wars with Egypt. So recently I was told by the Egyptians that they think we don't want peace anymore. If anyone would have said to me in a war game, let's say we would engage in a war game, this is the scenario. It's an authentic thought, because we want to throw the Palestinians to them. So if we were in Greenland now, I would say that's a wonderful idea, but if we push the Palestinians into Egypt, they view that. The number 2 there in the Egyptian army told me 10 years ago, if you dare do that, there'll be no more peace. And now they're convinced that we're about to do that. And how do they know? One minister in our government is talking about using nuclear bombs to kill them. And the Prime Minister wants to shove them and push them. And they're talking about countries that will take them. Who will take them? Ethiopia will take them? No. Somaliland? Who will take them? It's all just fictitious, and if we push the Palestinians away from Gaza, all the Arab states will stop engaging with us. Now in Judea and Samaria, I don't know if you know, there's a process undergoing there that has not been approved. We have the civil administration there, which is very important, which helps the Palestinians and Israelis work together. But Smotrich has taken over it, and he has his work. He knows exactly what he wants to do. There's the commander there. Under him there's a deputy, and that deputy is under Smotrich directly, and it's never been this way. And so they're taking over, all sorts of steps are being taken. And on the one hand, there's a very justified war with great achievements in terms of Palestinian terror, but on the other hand, they're paving the way for taking over Judea and Samaria. Will we remain friendly with Egypt and the other Arab states? And what will happen in the Jordan? The Hashemite kingdom of Jordan is our Israel's strategic home front. A lot of money and a lot of blood is associated with Jordan, and our relations with the Arab states are currently at an all-time low. So I don't have time, but we can only trust Trump. Okay, so how long? Who knows what will happen when he'll wake up in the morning and suddenly Mohammed bin Salman will say enough is enough. Is this how we want to run our policy? Now, everything that's already been said by Professor Reichman about national resilience, if this national resilience will continue to be gnawed at, will continue to crumble, and will turn into some kind of third world dictatorship, we won't be here if we won't be a Jewish democratic state. If the terrible, abominable nation-state law and all the judiciary and everything they want to do will happen, in the absence of national resilience, there'll be no national security. And I think that we have great accomplishments vis-à-vis Iran, Hezbollah, even Dr. Bashar Assad has been exiled. So all of these people have been weakened, and we are weakening ourselves instead of making ourselves stronger. I think that is the origin of all sin. And as for a defense doctrine, I don't think we can even formulate it. We had the Meridor committee that worked within the Ministry of Defense, and the Ministry of Defense at the end of the day, on his last day, approved it, but the Prime Minister didn't approve it. The government needs to approve it, so who approve it? Smotrich? Ben-Gvir? Which forces will approve such a defense doctrine? They'll only approve a messianic doctrine, so there needs to be an inquiry committee, and we need to already release the hostages, because that is really going against all the Jewish and Zionist values, and therefore we need to learn lessons. We see that no lessons are being learned, because if you go to the doctor, if you don't have an accurate diagnosis, you can't get medicine for it. Thank you very much. Professor Adamski, we will try to get your global perspective about the changes that are happening in general in wars, in the character of wars, the nature of wars, and also the actors that are playing parts in them. Changes that are not always dependent upon Israel. And I'd like to ask you, what is the most significant change in your opinion, and what is its impact on Israel and on Israel's defense doctrine as we have one today, or should have one today, following the Iron Swords War? Dr. Wolf, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be in this panel. I want very briefly to talk about the three known unknowns, which I believe are three characteristics of the future battlefield that both Professor Ganor and Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad talked about. And that is probably what the Israeli defense doctrine that Israel needs, and that will be a reality that we are very likely to encounter. And I'm talking about these three things from two perspectives. First of all, that is because I was Amos Gilad's officer when the Meridor Committee was underway, and I was involved in it. And it's my experience being part of this diagnosis that Amos talked about, because I think that the Meridor Committee had many weaknesses, but also many achievements. And one of the achievements was to be able to diagnose the war, and in some places, based on this diagnosis, to be able to assess and to build force accordingly. So yes, this has a practical value, and I will try to contribute to the practice of identifying the characteristics of a future battlefield. And also, I'm doing this as an academic, as a researcher. I'm now coming back from a sabbatical in Oxford, so it's good to come back to my academic home. In Oxford, I was in Changing Character of War, the program that researches the characteristics of the future battlefield, and my three statements come from that. Dr. Wolf, you said very rightly so that unfortunately as humans, but thankfully as professionals, because like physicians we need to diagnose war, we have two main learning labs in the world that allow us to think of the future battlefield. The first is the Russia-Ukraine war, and the second is this war here. You can call it the Seventh Front War or Israel's war following October 7th. From these two wars we learn several characteristics and phenomena, and I would like to emphasize three. This is the main common denominator of both wars and can show what people think about wars today. So the first known unknown is very massive presence of civil society, and specifically civic activists on the modern battlefield. And when I talk about civic activists, I talk about a whole range, a whole spectrum, from national security entrepreneurs, those people who are next to the decision makers, and they impact the decision making, even though they are outside the system, until a security industrial mix that is all civil. And this range, this combination, industrial, military, civic, can sometimes bridge gaps or even replace the industrial security capacity of a state. So if we look at the Russian case, the Ukrainian case, and the Israeli case, you can see that the difference, this phenomenon exists in all three places, but the difference lies in the willingness of the defense establishment to co-adapt this, but also the willingness of the system to deal with actors outside the system for better or worse. In fact, the competitive edge or competitive advantage that any institution will have is in the ability to blend the energy that comes from the bottom but with an energy that comes from the top. So this is the first characteristic. The second characteristic is private military companies that are agnostic politically. So usually when we think about proxies or private military companies as extensions of the state, but we're living in an era where we have more and more such actors at a caliber that we have not seen before Napoleon times. And why is this important? Because it greatly intensifies and enhances actor and non-actor states, state and non-state actors, and it makes states allow themselves to do powerful injections in ways that we did not see before. Especially since when we think about private military companies, we talk about those that provide the fighting on the battlefield. But now what we see is that they take upon themselves roles that are traditionally those of the defense industry and are sometimes in charge of the entire value chain. They can manufacture weapons, they can manufacture command and control systems and intelligence systems. And the last point is actors, that in the absence of a better term, I call them strategic titles, strategic titans. And what are they? These are international corporations, particularly in AI, IT, cloud computing, data centers, space communication, but also manufacturers of weapons that on a global scale that are independent, that do not belong to states. These actors have been given much more gravitas and agency than we have ever seen. And the most relevant phenomenon for the future defense strategy is that often these strategic titans have geopolitical views and agendas that do not align with those of the countries from which these corporations or where they are based. And we know very little about how to deter them. We know very little about how to collaborate with and attack them, and we know how these actors can have in-house capabilities for defense, for assault and offense. But we know that in the future we'll need to grapple with them.
Thank you very much. Eitan Ben Eliyahu. This is Major General in Reserves Eitan Ben Eliyahu. Does October 7th stem from failures in security perception or perhaps in failure to implement security perceptions and point of view? I think that this event is affecting and should affect the security approach of the State of Israel. With your permission, I would like to shed some light from a different kind of angle, more of a methodological aspect. I've been accompanying the various opportunities for the past 30 or 40 years in the discussions regarding the security concept of the State of Israel. Every time we seemingly start to build it from the bottom up, all anew. I have studied very meticulously what Ben Gurion wrote at the time, and I want to tell you that it includes almost everything. What I have found, which is very clear in the discussions that we have had and even in these sessions here, Some regard policy, some talk about building the force, some talk about strategy and tactics, and all of these aspects are put on the platform, on the basis of the security concept and the security perception. This also includes protecting the home front. So this is one note here. Apart from the wordings all around, there are 15 clauses for Ben Gurion. He has some sub-clauses. In clause number 15, he has 14 more sub-clauses. All are very short, succinct sentences. And I believe that this, until today, holds about 80% of the entire security concept. I'm going to point out some things that are perhaps irrelevant anymore. Ben Gurion wrote everything seeing a threat from Syria and Lebanon. And of course today we have a broader kind of front. I think that he was right, that where the gap in human power and resources is something that we have managed to curb because of our technology. He says this fantastic sentence, we must never rely on past successes, and it's very true even today. There is a point here that definitely needs to be updated, especially following October 7th. He's talking about the speed of recruiting to the military. He says that it should happen 5 to 6 days. He saw how people traveled to the borders, which were at the time very close. I think that today we are talking about at least a possibility of fast stop of an attack, because I believe we're going to see more surprise attacks. I think we must assume that these cases similar to October 7th will repeat themselves, and we have to be ready and prepared for stopping the attack at a certain point. Ben Gurion states, quite naively so, he says that we have a spiritual advantage that they do not have. I think that we have learned that they are ready to sacrifice out of a religious, spiritual urge, or no matter what. He also maintains that soldiers must be immediately directed to settlements or other areas. And he says another very important sentence that is relevant also today. He talks about the structure of the Ministry of Defense, saying that the Ministry of Defense has to be organized in a manner where it does not harm democracy. I think that this is the most important note, and it also reflects later on the structure. And today when we have a minister that goes from one office to another, it's also important. Now 2 or 3 other notes about additions that are not in Ben Gurion's doctrine. I think that they should be mentioned. I'd like to talk about add-ons. So the first thing, he never imagined such a short time of alert, a surprise to a certain extent. In the 50s, we talked about relying on a large superpower. And nowadays, it's not only relying its cooperation and even building coalitions. So in the basis of the doctrine, security doctrine, we have to be ready each and every time for the fact that we have to bring about a coalition. And this also tallies with what Amos said regarding the fact that this was gravely harmed. I think that because of this faraway reserve, and the Qatar attack is also very much of a reminder of that. We need partners in the region, and no less important, we have to be very cautious. And I almost talked about the importance of Jordan and what we are aspiring towards regarding Saudi Arabia as well. We have to see in our doctrine of security, we have to make sure not to harm our political interests with our neighboring countries or countries of the world, for that matter. We could create some political damage that cannot be reversed. And I'd like to take this opportunity and say that the attack in Qatar, technically it was done in an excellent manner. It did fail, and we know why, but it could have had a very grave political damage had we not been very careful and not create and made sure that we cannot harm countries in our region. We have a responsibility. I'll be done soon, says the speaker. We have a responsibility for world Jewry. I don't think that we can see it in previous security doctrines. We see that what we are doing here jeopardizes world Jewry. I think that the longest term damage that this war will cause is anti-Semitism, is harming world Jews. And the last thing, which was already done, and all credit is due to Arendt's, the foreign minister of defense. He established the Home Front Command and our presence in space. I'm saying that our security doctrine obliges us to have presence in space. Everything else will be done by the forces. The communication, the satellites, the resolution, this has nothing to do with the security doctrine. The security doctrine should only state that we must have presence in space. With your permission, we would like to have another round of questions. You don't necessarily think that Ben-Gurion supplies us with a good enough security doctrine. How can we even come up with a security doctrine when we don't agree on the borders? This is a question of essence. Ben-Gurion is definitely fascinating in everything that he wrote down. This is a classical, canon-like text. But Ben-Gurion, writing this, never thought that this will be more than the right thing for that time. He never thought that we will take this into the future for 17 more years and continue thinking that this is the source of our security reasoning. And before I address the question that you raised, we heard previously what is an existential threat. An existential threat is definitely a term that is context dependent. There is no universal criteria that says from here on you are under an existential threat. So this is culture dependent, expectation dependent, and the definition of the security doctrine as it is in the IDF doctrine, it is defined as dealing with securing the existence and the national essential interests. It is very generalized and it needs more interpretation, of course. And this brings us to the question of territories. I say, and there were very lengthy discussions around this for many, many years, with the Americans thinking that we can prevent terrorism, that we can prevent threats coming from across the border. by controlling them from the other side. We have these capabilities to a large extent, but they're not enough. And even before October 7th, I wrote about it. We have no capability of protecting the state of Israel from our shores. And I go back to Rabin, 30 years ago, presenting Oslo, the second Oslo Accords, a month before he was assassinated. He defines three principles. One, unified Jerusalem, extended Jerusalem with Ma'ale Adumim and Givat Ze'ev. The second one, the eastern border, the Jordan Valley. And the third principle, a Palestinian authority, which is less than a state. I think that Rabin was showing us a security doctrine which says if there's complete sovereignty and we are in the 1967 borders, and Jerusalem is divided, we have no ability of protecting the state of Israel. This is an existential threat. I believe that this has to be part and parcel of Israel's security doctrine. We did not discuss it for many years because neither the army nor the governments wished to go into it. And one last thing, within a security doctrine there are some basic assumptions. For example, all of those who were for disengagements, even those that Barak brought up, one assumption said separating is good for our security, and the saying that good fences making good neighbors turned out to be completely wrong, because the structural arrangement in Gaza is not beneficial for us, rather than the hybrid arrangement in Judea and Samaria. Another assumption said that after disengagement and the withdrawal, the government can find it easier to make decisions and to operate in the enemy area. We saw that it was very difficult. And the third principle was that the supremacy of the IDF would enable us to turn things over within 3 or 4 days, and so we can allow ourselves to take the risk. And we also found this to be wrong. What Professor Adamski discussed previously, there is a willingness to privatize the war, and small groups can create real strategic difficulties for very big armies. And the last assumption was that after we withdraw, if we need to fight again, we're going to have international support. This was also proven to be completely wrong. And these questions must be part of our security doctrine. Thank you very much. Last round of very quick questions. Professor Ganor, complete victory. What does it mean when we try to come up with a security doctrine? What is a complete triumph, a complete victory? What is it? I think that a complete victory is a popular saying regarding the situation we are at right now. Ultimately, a victory is an equation that has many variables, and the military success is only one of these variables. The international status, the political repercussions, the situation of the Jewry at large in the world, social, economic situations, all of these variables create together, they create victory. And I see ourselves dragged towards that. Perhaps we're winning the battle, but we're losing the whole war. Thank you. Mr. Gilad, the Major General in Reserves. One of the failures of October 7th, what would you change in the security doctrine in this respect? We don't need to change, we need to amend. First of all, there was no intelligence warning. How can it be that they disregarded information? How did they not follow classical models? Technologies assist, but they cannot change basic principles. The second thing, what would I change? We have to investigate what happened. We don't even know until today what happened. This is not a technical issue. If we don't know what happened, we wouldn't know what to do. How did we arrive at a situation where we're financing this cobra snake Hamas, and then we're attacking them? Such mess. We have to follow the road that combines classic principles. This will bring a victory. The ultimate victory in Gaza will be a failure. However, when it regards Iran and Hezbollah, we hit them, we stopped, and we didn't completely annihilate them. So we have to incorporate our wisdom. We have to incorporate it with political achievements. And last but not least, some technical note. We don't even have bodies that are raising their opinions. We see that the professional echelons, if they say something, they're not disregarded. The cabinet does not intervene. We don't have the proper tools and instruments. We have an opportunity and a chance to have great success, but not necessarily under the complete victory and triumph. Professor Adamski, what about the nuclear aspect of the security doctrine, which of course Israel is not discussing in the open? I'm going to discuss something broader, with your permission. These two wars, these two labs, so to speak, for us to study the Russia, Ukraine, and Israel and its enemies. They're creating new norms with everything regarding our treatment of the nuclear aspect. First of all, we are aware of this erosion of the nuclear taboo. It is now becoming more accepted psychologically speaking and operatively speaking. We're thinking now about all sorts of games or nuclear signals. The second thing, there's very high likability, and maybe later on we'll see players who are talking about countries that are at the threshold of nuclear, a country that can cause their allies and enemies to undertake certain steps. And most importantly, we are in a new ballistic era, where perhaps since the inception of the nuclear era, psychologically it is acceptable, operatively it is very attractive to harm symbolic and strategic goals. We're now 8 years since the inception of the nuclear era. We see attacks against a force. So these are attacks that are meant to harm nuclear sites or nuclear military abilities of other players. This sets new norms, and perhaps we have to go into a third nuclear era where these types of attacks and using a ballistic mass will be more acceptable than in the past. Maybe just a sentence of conclusion here. Well, relating to recent events, one of the fundamental statements that were part of Ben-Gurion's security doctrine, to continue on Jabotinsky's perception. This is not a mere statement. He said we have to be ready for a round, to end it with an advantage, and to assume there's going to be another one. Whoever assumes there's going to be another round, this affects the way they end the current round. And then I found out that we ended, for example, the Six-Day War at a certain point. Same goes for the Golan Heights, etc. In the Yom Kippur 1973 war, we always stopped at a certain point, and it's true for all of these events. I think that what occurs now is that there is an attempt not to stop, and I think that this raises a question we cannot provide an answer for very quickly. What is this point of stopping? Ben-Gurion said there are many more people than us, they have more resources, and no, there's going to be another round. No one has ever delved into the idea of How do we know where is the right point to stop? And now we have no point of stopping. Please, sentence, just a concluding sentence with your permission. We heard, and I hope he didn't really mean it, that Netanyahu said we have to be Sparta. Ben-Gurion never saw us as Spartans. His doctrine involved the balance between normalcy and our force of fighting. This balance ended war, and this balance knew that we will be required to fight again. Everything is in these points of balance, and this should be adopted. Thank you very much.
Major General Amos Gilad will remain on the stage so that we can hear his words of wisdom. And I wish to call to the stage Member of Knesset Yuli Edelstein, the outgoing Chairperson of the Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. Member of the Knesset, Edelstein also served as the Speaker of the Knesset and ministers in various governments. It is an honor to have you here at the summit again. Member of the Knesset, Edelstein, and I'm asking you to join Major General Amos Gilad on the stage. Amos Gilad has some great summaries of situations here, of current events in the Middle East. If you like to make the case for Israel overseas, write down what Amos Gilad has to say. Many logical points about countries surrounding Israel, and I think we need to, we're running out of time. So, Amos, the floor is yours. The time is up, Amos.
שומעים?
Hello, our dear friend, MK Yuli Edelstein. We're like a club. Yes, we already don't need to speak before the interview. The advantage is that perhaps now, more than ever, from the point of view of the important role of chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, it's important for people to understand how crucial is it to our national security and resilience, the matter of reserve duty, of regular army, of equal shouldering of the burden. It's not just theoretical, it's not just an enlistment law. Here it's a law of exemption, but exemption is a matter of statistics. Where are we headed? Can you give us the sharpest of explanations? Of course, I will begin with a word of thanks for inviting me to this conference. Thank you, Professor Reichman, Professor Ganor, and all the organizers and donors. And thank you, Amos, for, of course, always being willing to have this discussion. I can answer in just 2 words. I agree. I agree that the discussion at present on the law of enlistment is not theoretical. It's not about justice or the equal shouldering of the burden. All of these things are important. I'm not saying that to underestimate them, but it's all very practical. The summit, as we call it, or this symposium we are in, is not academic by nature. We really are in combating terrorism on a regular basis, and countering terrorism is being done by the defense establishment and the defense forces, and we know exactly what we've lost these past 2 years. Because unfortunately we have had many killed and many injured, and I'm just coming here after having a very tough discussion with people with PTSD. and shell shock, and people expect after 300, 400, 500 reserve duty days for someone else to come and replace them, and unfortunately that's not happening. And this really is a problem. We're talking about countless fronts. People are saying there are 7 fronts, but I don't think it's just 7 anymore. And at this situation, if we cannot have more people enlisted in the IDF in the most immediate way, but not in a way that is just once off, let's bring a few hundreds of thousands of people and we'll end things. But we need something that is ongoing, something that is consistent. So all these slogans about how we are the strongest army and how we will win and defeat everyone, maybe that's good for a specific operation by the Israeli Air Force. But once we need ground forces of large magnitudes, if they're not accessible and available, you can't do anything. So this discussion is extremely practical, and unfortunately, as you saw in my case too, once you try to reach practical solutions, the counter forces stop you. But I have not lost my optimism, because there's no other way to go, and these impossible situations ultimately lead you to a solution. I have to ask you a sensitive question. You have held dozens of discussions, each of which was exhausting, truly exhausting. I can't understand, how is it that the Prime Minister, who is currently the most prominent, perhaps the only leader in Israel, who was in an elite unit, whose brother was a national hero, and who knows better than him throughout his term in office, knowing that if these statistics will continue, we will not have an army. We will fall apart. They compare the October 7th to the Holocaust, but it's not true. The visuals look the same, but with the IDF, it's a completely different story, because you had to fight what the Prime Minister is heading. But how do the ultra-Orthodox parties, are they so disconnected? Are they so detached that they don't care about this country? In the name of what God are they doing that? And how can they conceive? How do you even get to a point where there is such a strong dispute over Israel's ability to exist? That's a question that perhaps I would not have asked you if you'd been in office, but now you have perspective. You must be thinking about it all the time. Yes, I certainly have perspective. Hundreds of hours of discussions, as you've mentioned, dozens of discussions at the committee, but also beyond the committee with representatives of the ultra-Orthodox parties, and just as importantly with the reservists and all sorts of organizations and people who had all kinds of plans and programs. I cannot speak on behalf of anyone else. I myself find it hard to understand, but you have to realize that between this ideal situation, you know what, I'm going to tell you a story. It's a bit of a strange one. A few years ago, or maybe 18 months ago, some people came to me, high-ranking officials, formally in the army, and they gave me an outline for enlisting. And I told them their plan is not a good one. Obviously, they were a bit, upset. And I said, you know why? You know why it's not good? Because I agree with every word. If I agree with every word, then this is maybe idyllic, but for me, academic and theoretical, but it can't be practical. So what am I saying? What I suggested, which led to my being dismissed, what I suggested too was a very practical compromise, not something idyllic that we all agree on, because I knew that I was guided by the IDF's needs, and it was also the cry out of the reservists and their wives' tears because they don't remember what their husbands look like anymore. And I said, okay, this is the current situation. This is what we need to do in order to bring in more human resources to the IDF. And unfortunately, as I've said, I cannot explain how others don't see it. I think it goes two ways. Either people who really don't see these needs, or those who see these needs but are not willing to open up their mouths and speak. The Foreign and Defense Committee engages in both foreign affairs and defense. And it's very hard to understand how we can lead the IDF to the senseless war in Gaza. I'm not talking politically, I'm talking objectively. Let's say we win. Let's say we kill the very last of Hamas activists, which will not happen. Let's say we've managed to gain control of the ruins of this area that is under no control. Where will we get the money from? It's hundreds of billions. We are facing the risk of Arab states convening together with a large Muslim state in Indonesia. Alone it's a quarter billion people, and they will make terrible decisions against Israel. The Egyptians are already thinking about coalitions. The relations with Arab states are deteriorating. Peace is not expanding. There's anti-Semitism. We're also making Jews suffer around the world. And for what? For victory? And I assume you can understand this technically. Where are we going with this? What is the aim? Where are we headed? What are we doing? Will we be falling into a swamp, or is there something hidden, some sort of hidden light that is going to be our salvation from Gaza? Well, I think that first of all, it's very important to bring Hamas to a situation, to a point where it cannot carry out things as unfortunately it was able to do, and we're close to getting there. And I think that Amos, really the dispute currently, or the disagreement, is not about winning or not winning, defeating them or not defeating them. As you know, I have heard people say from various ranks, politically and militarily, and from the intelligence, and all the materials that I read, I think thoroughly, there's no argument that we need to win. The question is, what do we need to do? Tactical steps that need to be taken, and that is where disagreement lies. There's an operation, can it be done in different ways? I totally agree with you that inheriting Gaza would not only mean a military regime and how it can be run, which is a big challenge in and of itself, but also this rehabilitation, this rebuilding that will cost dozens of billions, and obviously we as Israel don't need to take that upon ourselves. But I think, and you are known as someone who always said things as they were, bluntly, without cutting corners, so I too will have to say honestly that no one in the world has a good solution for Gaza. We must choose among the less evil solutions and those that are very terrible ones. And why? Well, we can start discussing what happened 20 years ago and so on, but good solutions are unavailable, and therefore we must very cautiously choose how to do this. And there are different opinions. One opinion says that even if there's a slim chance for a deal, a hostage deal that will bring about their release, then yes, we need to adapt, we need to withdraw, not the way that Hamas is dreaming of us running away. And by the way, I'm not sure that that's exactly what it demanded in the last talks, and then to tend to this problem, to this trouble, and not only to rely on a one-off operation. I must share a dilemma that has been on my mind even when I sleep. How is it that when you read the cabinet resolution, the last one, most up-to-date one, it says to demilitarize Hamas, to disarm it, and the second goal is to release the hostages. There is a contradiction between the two. If the IDF were able to release the hostages like in the Entebbe operation, great, but it's not able to. Even if it knew exactly what their fate was, they couldn't get to them. It's not a secret. But their time is, the days are numbered. And we have time to take care of Hamas. We need to remove Hamas, but if it takes 5 years, it doesn't matter. Even if it takes 7 years, it doesn't matter, as long as we get rid of them. But how will we save the hostages? Now, a military operation will probably lead to their death. So how do we settle this contradiction? It will be a terrible red letter if we will not be able to bring them back, the ones who are living, and to bury the dead. And by the way, I forgot to say that this is after the IDF. I mean, Hamas has undergone, I've been accompanying Hamas since they were born on December 14th, 1987, an abominable organization. Then they became dangerous. Now they have an army. Those who attacked us were not just there wearing flip-flops. They were an actual army, and this army has been dismantled by the IDF, and that is a great achievement. And now all that's left is to make a decision. Okay, release them. Promise whatever you want, con them into a deal, and then do what you need to do afterwards. We know how Hamas is when it comes to honoring agreements, but how can we release them? That is so important. It's the last stretch. Well, you just said how Hamas honors agreements, so we have to say that to the best of my knowledge, the dilemma has never been that you had a ready deal ready to be closed in your left hand, or a military operation in your right hand, and someone whoever did, chose the military operation. I chose my words carefully before, and I support them, since there still is a small, slim chance of closing a deal, the Witkoff deal, gradual, not a partial deal, but one that is in stages. I think we should go for it. And I know that I'm not objective either, because I highly identify with the hostages. What can I do? I try so much for the decisions to be matter of fact, based on the material, based on what I know and understand. But what can I do? I'm also emotional about it, and I also over-identify with them. So I think that this is the right direction. That is the direction that would have been possible and should have been the one to go down. However, still, I will leave an opening for some optimism and hope. I think that with all the preparations for the military operation and enlisting reservists and everything that goes along with that, if the opportunity will come up in the next few days, and I hope that it will, really has very little to do with me these days, but if it has anything to do with me, I will do everything I can in order for it to be raised seriously and be discussed seriously. As the former chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, are you pleased? Are you pleased, or are you not pleased with the extent of oversight over the military security system? And I'd like to add to that what's been published and hasn't resonated as for the inquiry committee for the events of October 7th and of the submarines. Just from what's been published, should have really been top headlines, and it has received very little attention. So what do you think of the level of oversight? I also thought when we attacked in Qatar, I'm not talking about the operational capabilities, but politically speaking, where's the oversight? Are you pleased? Do you think it should be improved? Should it be sophisticated? And there are organizations like the National Security Council that should provide alternatives, but really do not exist. Right. Well, in general, I can tell you, and I hope that I can say this confidently, the level of oversight of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee in general is not 100% for several reasons. Some of them are parliamentary and technical. It is too large. The Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee should be much leaner than it is today. Everything leaks out of there, so people are talking accordingly. People are treating it as a kind of press conference. You have a speaker there of those people, and it is almost live broadcasting it. However, the good news is that, as you know, there's also a subcommittee for intelligence services and for the MIA, and it usually begins with statements of both the military and political echelon. People say, here we can speak freely, and there I would even take the credit for some of the things, not I personally, but as a subcommittee, I'd take the credit for some things that have happened in the last 2 years. perhaps in a better way than could have been if it weren't for these discussions in the subcommittee. However, I must tell you with great sadness that even though I was dismissed as the chairman, I am still a member of the subcommittee, and it's almost like an anecdote of the whole issue of Doha. I was at a conference in Abu Dhabi, and on the flight back, I had no internet, and when we landed at Ben Gurion Airport, both I and my security guard turned on our phones, and we both looked at each other and said, "Oh, it's a good thing we left Abu Dhabi when we did." So I'm talking about this as an anecdote, but it's very sad because it's impossible that in the subcommittee of the intelligence services and MIA there was no mention of the kinetic attack in Qatar. I think obviously that, I'm sorry I'm saying this on behalf of the people present, but all those who were should have been killed during that attack do deserve to die, but in terms of the timing and the decision making and the fact that it was a kinetic attack, there is room for questions, and unfortunately the opportunity to do so was not given to us. Let me go back, because we're about to wrap up and the next panel is already ready to come up to the stage. You know, the Submarine Inquiry Committee and the whole decision-making process that is so dysfunctional, as you now leave your position, you're still the member of the best and most important committee, the subcommittee. Which messages would you like to share with us? And what are the main lessons drawn? What should we take away from your understanding of this very important role about the operational defense system? I think that even though it's a cliche and it's corny to say, you have to remember that the security professional echelon is doing what the political echelon is demanding of it. That's how it works. But first of all, I think that there is room to hear a little more from that echelon who needs to carry out these things in practice. We have to think seriously, as I've said, about the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. It's true for them and it's true for the Cabinet. For coalition reasons, the Cabinet has become so large that no one is really treating it as a defense, as a state, a security cabinet, but as more of a just an assembly, and therefore there's a kind of other forums are being set up. And I know it sounds very bureaucratic, but these are non-statutory forums. Some are invited to them, some are not, and therefore these things ultimately can lead to undesirable outcomes. And from a narrower perspective, planning or directing an action without seeing the full picture. And I think that we, the political echelon, the elected officials, must think long and hard. Aside from this statement, we will decide, we will choose, and they will carry out. How can we improve our decision-making so that those who will have to carry out will also feel that the directives are being given properly and after a lot of thought has been put into them? And what we began with, I think we should end with too. I think that those people that should carry out these instructions, even if they don't scream out loud because they wear uniform or because they're in various security positions, also ask themselves, as you've said, when they're not sleeping or when they are sleeping, they ask themselves, hang on a minute, even expanding the enlistment base they are not helping us with. So how do they want this? How do they want us to do this? How can we carry out all they want from us? So that too we should keep in mind. Unfortunately, the time is up. MK Yuli Edelstein, I would like to thank you for once again sitting together and sharing this exchange. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call to the stage Mr. Amir Bar Shalom. the moderator for the next panel for today's The Northern Front. Amir Bar Shalom is a research fellow at ICT and a military analyst for the Times of Israel and Channel 12. He has reported on Israeli defense and security affairs since 2000, a major in the IDF, and holds degrees in law and political science. Best of luck to you, Mr. Amir Bar Shalom. You have until 6 o'clock to discuss the Northern Front.
Can you have an extension?
He's asking for an extension. Where did you study? At Reichman? No extension. Hebrew U, definitely no extension. I'm joking. All right.
Hello. I see that we're short of time, so I'll be very quick. For the next 40 or 45 minutes, we will be discussing the Northern Front. Now, the mere definition of a Northern Front includes many meanings or interpretations, particularly regarding what is North, what does it include, how far into the east does it go, and allow me to call the panelists. I would like to call Lieutenant General Moshe Bogi Yael, former Chief of Staff in the IDF. He served for over 3 decades in the IDF. He went into politics in 2008 on behalf of the Likud political party, and then served as Deputy Prime Minister. He also founded the Telem political party and was one of the heads of Kachol Lavan political party. I would also like to call Colonel in Reserves Miri Eisen. They always say in the radio channel in the IDF that we have to keep to a certain way of pronunciation. She is a senior fellow at the ICT, served for 20 years in the intelligence corps, and then after that she was spokesperson for the government. Nowadays she is lecturing in Israel and abroad regarding diplomacy and other related issues. I would like to call Major General in Reserves Ilan Biran, formerly Director General of the Ministry of Defense, former Chairman of Raphael. For many decades he has been involved in the academy, in leadership positions. I would also like to call Brigadier General in Reserves Itai Brun, served as former head of the Intelligence Directorate Research Division of the IDF. He went back to this place and position following October 7th. He's also currently a professor in leading universities in Israel. Last but not least, Dr. Eitan Azani, and the acting director of ICT, and also head of specializing in terrorism in his first degree, regarding the first degree program at Reichman University. He incorporates his military experience, his civilian experience. He also wrote a book called Hezbollah, From Revolution to Institution. Before we start the round of questions, Lieutenant General in Reserves Bogi Yael would like to say a few things in memory of Lieutenant Colonel Eyal Ragunis of blessed memory. Hello. Lieutenant Colonel Eyal Ragunis of blessed memory was my officer, was my intelligence officer, and he was the ultimate one. I knew Eyal when I was a commander of the paratroopers elite unit. He was one of the 3 intelligence liaisons and officers. We had a very elite group of intelligence officers with the Litani operations and other operations in Lebanon. This is where I learned to know him. when in 1987 they tell me that I'm going to have the Matkal elite unit, it was very clear to me that Eyal must be in my team. He, however, was released from army service. He was an architect who was working at it. I go to him, he doesn't want to hear about it. But making the long story short, I went to his parents, to their car shop in Rishon LeZion, to their home, and then I was successful. I called Eyal the ultimate intelligence officer. He was curious, very original and creative in the way he was thinking, and also stood his ground. No matter if it was vis-a-vis me or the Prime Minister when we came to present operations. He had no fear when he wanted to voice his opinion. What we can mention here is, of course, the assassination of Abu Jihad in Tunisia. When I went to that apartment, I said, I was here already because Eyal, because he was also trained as an architect, he could elicit information about the way this house was built. We had a model set up of how the house is set up. And so I said that he was the ultimate intelligence officer because all of the traits that such a person should have were with Eyal. He was creative, curious, and I wish we had many of his type. May he be of blessed memory. I'm going to pick up on one thing that you have said. Standing his ground, it's a very important trait vis-a-vis decision makers. Okay, we're now going to delve into the northern front. I'd like to start with a unified question to all panelists. There are many definitions of what is the northern front. Some of the researchers talk about a tectonic change. And this is my question. Is this a tectonic change? Is this a watershed point? Or perhaps, maybe this is another historic change in the power setup of the region. Maybe it's some sort of a natural development. I think that this is a tectonic change. And this is because each and every tectonic change holds many opportunities and many possible failures. Looking at the northern front, on the one side you see a Hezbollah organization that had its army and how it falls. If you look at other organizations around, you see how Syria is tumbling down. And you consider the entire system around, that this or other player has influence. So we have a multi-players arena. If you don't have a meaningful change, all players remain as they were. But this is not a situation. If you take Hezbollah, for example, within the Lebanon area, it had changed completely. It's not any longer this organization that controlled Lebanon. In Lebanon, there is a new president and a new prime minister, and they have relevant decision implemented. And they wouldn't do it before Hezbollah was toppled down. If you look at Iran, you understand that they have difficulties in sending money, in arranging the organization. So, in every way you look, if you know how to implement enough pressure, you can mobilize processes of change. And not towards the radical side, but rather to the other side. Because at the end of the day, looking at these processes within organizations or within territories, they are affected by the pressure of players, each pulling to their own direction. And ultimately, what we see is the product of the mix of pressures. And so I truly think that within the northern arena, we're facing a tectonic change. It will go towards a better or worse angle depending on the system. I must be a bit provocative here, I guess. I also believe that it's a tectonic, and I'll define December 8th, where Ahmad al-Shah and Muhammad al-Jalani forces went into Damascus. Why is it December 8th? So you're not talking about November 24, about the ceasefire in Lebanon, but rather December 8th, where Assad, many of us here have been following him for 50-some years. The Assad family is no longer, and the tectonic change is what happened in Syria, and they brought about what Eitan mentioned in Lebanon. December 8th is due to what we did to Hezbollah, and I'd like to say something which is even more of substantial. Not only is December 8th is a complete change of the face of the Middle East, but unfortunately I also feel, I'm going to say something horrible over the stage, that I feel that October 7th was a tectonic event for us, but December 8th was a tectonic event for the entire Middle East and all players outside. How is that possible that October 7th was not influential of the entire region, but as far as I see it, the change of regime in Syria, what it caused to Iran, to Hezbollah, to Syria, what is happening now in Qatar, everything stems from what happened in Syria and not what happened in October 7th. I also do not like the term a northern front. This is so Israeli on our part. It is not necessarily northern. It is this connection, this tie going from Lebanon to Syria to Iran. But the change that occurred is not only the northern front. It is from the shift of the Assad family, the Shias as Shias, this front that we always discuss, the Shia front. We are now at a completely different story. We're now in a Sunni kind of world, and it's different. So we have two for the tectonic change right now. I would like to look at the event from a different angle, perhaps even from a personal angle. When I was going into the army service, they said that at the Lebanon border, it's enough to have the IDF orchestra. We fought with Syria at the Six-Day War, at the Yom Kippur War, but for Lebanon, it's enough to bring the orchestra, so to speak. When I went to my, after my military service, when I decided to stay in the army, we took the PLO from Jordan onward to Lebanon, and we fought them there. Immediately after the war in the 80s, we had Hezbollah. The first time we came across Hezbollah, I met a young imam. He was 20-something, and after the Iran Revolution in 1979, he went to undergo an indoctrination of extreme Shiites. He came with a lot of money. He funded a small terrorist group that harmed us. From the moment of October 7th, Hezbollah was an army, even before the Hamas army, that we did not regard as an army, unfortunately. This was a basic surprise, and this is why we were not prepared. The South, they thought that Hamas was small units that could penetrate Israel. They never thought that Hamas has a full army, armored, well-financed, etc. That it could seize the western Negev, the western southern part of Israel. We took all of the bases and our unit home commands. we took them backwards. And so IDF was well prepared there to fight the Erdogan forces than it was in the south. Now, no matter how this developed, the moment there was a fire from the north, IDF operated a pre-prepared plan. We know about the beepers, and they completely took out the entire leadership of Hezbollah. They did many operations within 48 hours. This was a moment where our political decision makers should have said, this is the time for a ceasefire. At that time, there was an opportunity to take Hezbollah off of their weapon. Nabih Berri was ready to take Hezbollah off their weapons. The questions came up, why do we serve the Iranians and the Palestinians? Lebanon is for the Lebanese. Unfortunately, this was not presented by our politicians. It took us 6 more weeks until we arrived at a ceasefire. In the meantime, things happened in Syria. The moment Assad saw what we did in Lebanon, he expelled the Hezbollah representative from Damascus. He took their flags out. This was an opportunity to turn to Assad and say, you want to survive? Let's do the Abraham Accords. Disengage from Iran, disengage from Hezbollah, but we missed this opportunity. And so we had to bring Saudi Arabia with their moderate camp inside the North Qatar and not Turkey that are now with Al-Julani are leading Syria. You now discuss the political aspect, which is perhaps the next question. The question is, if you look today at the northern front, at the northern arena, and when I talk about the tectonic change, I mean there is a fundamental change. Do you see it or not? Yes, definitely. I think that in this situation we have to take the opportunity. First of all, let's not connect Lebanon and Syria. First of all, and then let's push away Qatar and Turkey. And also promote a process that that already began of taking all weapons from Hamas. The Sunni factors in the Gulf should be included more and more into the northern area. It's not going to end well with Julani, with Qatar and Turkey being present as well. Maybe we'll talk about it later on. Ilan, please. I'm going to leave the bottom-up analysis to my colleagues here. I think that for this kind of public, we have to present an analysis of top-down. We have a historical opportunity in the Middle East at large. The state of Israel does not have a political reach, chronically speaking, excluding 3 or 4 events since the establishment of the state of Israel. Each and every war which is not led with a political intention is a systematic failure. And we do have a historic opportunity throughout the Middle East. There is still an opportunity to bring about a meaningful, significant change in the Middle East, going from Saudi Arabia, all the Sunni countries support Jordan, improve relations with Egypt, and build an effective front vis-a-vis Iran. This is the strategic goal of the State of Israel. And instead of doing it it is following force and more force. I am the product of the Six-Day War and Yom Kippur. They're going to put me in a museum very soon. But I'm telling you here, we didn't learn anything from the Six-Day War until today, and I can prove it to you. The War of Attrition, 1968, 1970, August 1970. If anyone can explain to me what was the purpose of this war, what was its outcome apart from destruction, please say so. If someone can explain why for 6 months, bleeding 6 months, we have stayed at the Syrian enclave, and ultimately we retreat to even further away than the eve of the war. A purpose and ultimate goal is political, and in the Middle East we have a golden opportunity, shaping Lebanon, shaping Syria, preventing Turkey from implementing its horrible Islamic intention, and also remembering that Iran is our main enemy. I don't understand what is the political aim here. I know we have a situation where we have 140 countries that are against us. We don't have many countries. So this isolation, politically speaking, is a catastrophe. There isn't a single area where I can note a success. So you're asking me about the tectonic change? Of course. I started my way with 52 divisions in the Eastern Front. 52 military divisions. This was a situation where either the state of Israel would have been Switzerland or completely disappear, and it resolved these threats in the way that it did. And so if someone does not use the opportunity that is lying in front of us on a daily and hourly basis, except for the fact that they're not doing their mission, let me ask you a quick question, and please be brief. You're talking about a missed opportunity. Are we after that, or do we still have this opportunity? I think that we can still implement this opportunity, but once again, we have to sit with Syria, we have to sit with the power centers, and also pay the price. If you're not willing to pay the price, then you stay there. I think that there is a very big change. I don't know if it's a tectonic change or not. And so I don't know how to define this, but I think it's a very big change. And it's too early to say how powerful it is. I think Hezbollah and Syria was very important to this group, which we call the resistance camp, or the camp led by Iran. When I'm trying to characterize the change, I think it has to do with some sort of a perception or an awareness as of 2021. Within this change, this group, with many differences in their approaches, but they came to the conclusion that under very good circumstances, they could have a broad war that could perhaps even destroy the state of Israel. I think that we have enough indications to show that this change occurred. This is a third wave of these ideas of victory. They started out with a victory that recognizes their limits, and in very recent years, they went to this perception of one big blow. October 7th was a derivative of this concept. This group, led by Sinwar, had the interpretation of a here and now. This should be executed with the idea that when they started, all the other countries will join them. The Israeli action since October 7th vis-à-vis Hamas, Hezbollah in Syria and in Iran, this idea in the original way, it completely collapsed. It had some sort of an operative decision, ground, army comes from the north, other militias. This is impossible as far as I see it now. And now the question is, where are they going from there? In this respect, Syria had collapsed, and for a certain time it's not going to be part of this camp. But I think that this camp is now deliberating in where they're headed. There is a statement from January of Naim Qassem where he says, first of all, this is a victory. I think it's very authentic in many extents. He says, some had this fantasy of the ultimate blow, but this turns out to be impossible. Now we go back to this idea of we can win with being resilient, and we know how to bring this about. So they may be deliberating of where are they headed now. Maybe they're coming up with another idea of bringing about a change. Leave the microphone because I'd like to continue with you. You talked about how we are managing ourselves vis-a-vis the Shia camp. Is it possible that we're talking about the Shiites when we see actually a new Sunni axis or camp of Turkey, Syria, Qatar, maybe not through land but through the ideology? Maybe this is a scenario that we have to give our attention towards. The previous camp that we talked about, we can refer to it as Shia, although not all of the partners there are Shiites. I think that this camp is one of 4 blocks in the Middle East. It exists alongside the jihadistic camp, Al-Qaeda, Daesh, the moderate camp that we feel more in proximity to. And I also think that the Muslim Brothers, which includes Turkey, Qatar, and some remnants of the Muslim Brothers movements throughout the Middle East. Your question is very interesting because it is a good question. Where do we put Syria? Is it jihadistic, as Julani used to be? Is it the Muslim Brothers because of the Turkish background? Perhaps in some sort of formation it could join the resistance camp, or, as some of us are hoping, maybe it could be part of the moderate camp. Miriam Bogi wanted to relate to this, our interpretation of the new regime in Syria. I maintain, by the way, that following Jabal Druz and Sweda events, we have lost our tactical ability of understanding what the future holds.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the speakers with their microphone. Well, I'm in Israel right now, and in Israel we'll call it Abu Muhammad al-Jurani. Unlike the rest of the world who calls him Ahmed Ashara, I just saw that he just met the head of Qatar and someone from Saudi Arabia, and next week he will be speaking in the UN. Now, I don't know who he is. All I know is that I knew him, I've known him from the site since 2012, and the first time we saw Abu Muhammad al-Julani in his character when he exposed his face was in 2016 when he was at a press conference at Al Jazeera where he, and it always makes everyone wonder because it was 9 years ago, he divorced Al-Qaeda. Does it mean that he's not a jihadi? Does it mean that he is more moderate? I don't know, but I do know for sure that the first time we saw that he looked exactly like Osama bin Laden and he was just divorcing Al-Qaeda. And since 2016, he went to the enclave of Idlin, and we talked about many different groups. They were all Sunni in general, but the form, the way that they were managing the Idli area is that they came on December 8th to Damascus, and who did they see? For 9 months, they said, well, what's been happening the last 9 months? And he spoke to this one and that one. He spoke to everybody. But who didn't he speak to? And I was noting what he was saying. He doesn't talk to the Druze. By the way, yesterday he said something a little more about that. But he doesn't speak to the Druze. He actually had a discourse. And when we look at this, Israel, Abu Muhammad al-Julani, we know who he is. He was a jihadist because he was sitting in the American prison. So he was definitely a jihadist. And what is Syria now? And it goes back to what Ilan talked about, because ultimately the question is, do you only look at this as a front, as a threat? Great. So that's what we're here for. That's why we're in Syrian territory. That's why we're in the buffer zone, certainly on Mount Hermon, up at the top. We just went through October 7th. We're not going to go through it again. But Syria, as a country, is now building itself. And in our actions, we are impacting. We have choices that we're making right now. And this fundamental principle decision to come and say, I don't know, all we know is that he's a jihadist. Well, now perhaps his Muslim Brotherhood, do you agree that we cannot predict tactically what he's going to do? Yes, absolutely. But to me, tactics, right there, look, this tactics can be tectonic. No, because Israel's military actions since December 8th as a date, where we went in, where we took the Hermon axis, where we are, this is a tactical thing that we understand. But what we did when we went, and we said, our brethren, the Druze, they attacked there. Before the Druze, by the way, they attacked the Alawi. I didn't see anybody in Israel go and help the Alawis because the Alawis are the bad guys. And there is also an Alawi village in Israel, but they didn't come and say, help the Alawi. Rajar is an Alawi village, but when it comes to Druze, when it comes to a Suwaida, this is not tactical. This is a profound understanding, a culture, how it's built. We're talking about dismantling Syria, and when I say that the Syrian event is the one that dictates the rest, because it immediately impacts what the Lebanese do, it immediately impacts the other Arab states. They're now all looking towards that. And certainly because of the over 2 million Syrians that in some way or another were sitting in Lebanon, 1 million in Iran, and 3 million in Turkey. And the fact that all of Europe is coming to them is because they want the Syrians to go back from Europe back to Syria. So that's this whole event is sweeping everyone. And we're only looking at this from the security perspective, only to the threat. And I'm not saying, don't look at the threat, but it's strange that at this point we can't look, okay, we can build different options vis-a-vis this challenge, but let's also give opportunities. Bogi? I think the events on the northern front reflect one of Israel's weaknesses today. Because on the one hand, we have a strong army with all the, inefficiencies it knows what it's doing in Syria, Iran, and Lebanon, but where is the policy? There's no statehood. And in every point in time, even when I was in uniform, but also when I was not in uniform, I kept asking, what is the Israeli interest? And when I look at what's happening on the north, of course the Israeli interest is to disarm Hezbollah. Why did we not use the opportunity until now? And why is it that we are still missing it? Because the Lebanese want that. The US can make an impact, Saudi Arabia can make an impact with money, etc. The moderate states, Saudi Arabia, all their moderate camp. I just want to hone something in this context. In this context, do you think that Israel perhaps is not exerting enough pressure to make Saudi Arabia the Sunni engine that will take us forward and not Qatar? Absolutely, but where is the policy? There's no political echelon. Is it not part of the policy? No, it's the same for Syria. The IDF has created a vacuum, and who went into it? Turkey and Qatar. Does that serve our purposes and our interests? I already am hearing of scenarios against Turkey. Have we gone crazy? We have united the Arabs with the Iranians because Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the UAE saw Iran as an enemy. They were in conflict in 2017, but having attacked in Doha, we have united them. Now Iran is their partner instead of us being with the moderate camp. Well, it doesn't look like the waves are that high yet. Well, the coalition, the Arab coalition, at any point in time, if anything united them, was to be against Israel. So now we're doing it ourselves. Now I saw the notice being issued about the summit, and I was happy that it said Israeli aggression and not the Zionist enemy's aggression, because that was the previous rhetoric, so they already acknowledge Israel. So we haven't missed all the opportunities quite yet. But what I'm saying is that the Middle East is shifting, and much because of us, but we're not using this momentum to serve our own interests. In Syria too, Miri mentioned we have to talk about the Kurds. It is our interest that Jolani and Qatar will go against the Kurds? Of course not. We and the United States have a lot to say about this. There is no strategy, there is no policy in Israel. There's politics and there's military force. I think that the more you talk about it, the way you analyze these organizations, there is a very fundamental triangle of force, and that is the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. And in this triangle, the fundamentals and the strategy of shaping the Middle East or missing a historic opportunity. Now, as for Turkey, it too is a result of our relations with the United States and suggesting to the Americans how to shape the Middle East. And if we continue to be limp, if we continue to use force again and again that leads us nowhere, then we'll only make them merge forces. And we are making them join forces. Just look at the last summit in Doha. From a rejected country, suddenly all Arab states are looking towards it. So do we not see what is happening? Are we that blind? Eitan, would you like to wrap up? We have 3.5 minutes left. Would you like to conclude this point? I said in my opening remarks about your book, about Hezbollah. Give us your snapshot. Give us your vision of Hezbollah. It is currently at a crossroads with many different possibilities. Right. Hezbollah is at a crossroads, a major one as far as it's concerned, because this is where it must take action. This is where it must develop in various directions, and whether it'll be the directions it wants to go in or the ones that the system around it wants to go in. It can attack Israel in Lebanon. It's an organization that takes all these processes in the Lebanese system and governs militarily, politically. That's what Hezbollah wants to do. So can it go in this direction? It depends, because as we've said here, we can't always take care of these events when there already is a local victory. We don't translate it to policy. And what do I mean? When you look at Hezbollah in Lebanon, this organization wants to build an army. How will it do that? It will connect to Iran. It will smuggle weapons. It will smuggle money. It will rebuild the process. Now, it's not a process that's going to be built now in 3 years or 5 years. It will take a long time. And I want to remind all of us, Hezbollah began to build its military capability since 2000 when Israel withdrew from Lebanon. That's when Hezbollah began to build its force that is similar to a division and can give a solution. And when was it also? When was it? When did it go into full force? In 2006, after the Second Lebanon War. From a hybrid organization, it became one that has an army that also impacts the country because it built coalitions that also helped it govern the state. So no matter which way we look at the state system in Lebanon, or the way that it grew on the basis of great Iranian support with all the typical characteristics of such support, if we look ahead to the future, Hezbollah will want to rehabilitate itself, not as a component within the Lebanese system, but as one that governs the Lebanon and controls the Lebanese system. And how will it be able to do that? To go back to the long-standing story of Iran smuggling weapons, getting weapons, and starting to build its military capability. And in a situation where Israel sees this process and does not stand in its way, if Israel were to decide not to contain this process, but to respond and to react to any arming move, do you really believe that Israel can continue to enforce a ceasefire with fire in the long run? I hope that if Israel will be able to continue showing how Hezbollah is smuggling weapons and is bringing them into Lebanon, and the Lebanese army is not doing what it needs to do, then certainly. Otherwise, we will go back to the situation where we have Hezbollah, an army on our borders. 3 seconds before time, I understood, and so I became silent. Thank you all very much. Thank you all.
Amir Bar Shalom, you're amazing. Totally on time. Just like you are on Channel 12. And you finished exactly on time, Amir. Kol hakavod to you. Hezbollah? What about Hezbollah? We want to act against Hezbollah? Well, that's Eitan Azani, a professor of counterterrorism at Reichman University, and the former head of the Lebanese desk in Israeli intelligence. So when he says something, I listen to him. Okay, so here we are. Basically, at 6 o'clock, we're going to begin a cocktail reception, which is brought to us every year by Evelyn Taman-Dweck. And we thank Evelyn Taman-Dweck for her kindness and for her generosity, which we enjoy every year. And so you're invited to that. That's taking place right outside. At 7 o'clock, there's going to be a jazz concert taking place in this hall, a jazz concert. It's a jazz group with Albert Dadon. Albert Dadon is the chairman of the Friends of Reichman University in Australia, but he happens to be a world-class guitarist in jazz, so he brought 3 of his friends, and we're having a counter-terrorist jazz concert at 7 o'clock. So Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, be careful. We will blow you away with our jazz. All right, enjoy yourselves. Welcome to the jazz concert. This jazz concert is called the Albert Jazz Concert. Albert Dadon is the chairperson of the Australian Friends of Reichman University in Australia. He's a Jewish leader in Australia. He does everything he can to fight for the bilateral relations between Australia and Israel. He brought a very nice delegation here from Australia to this conference. And Alberto Don will be playing on the guitar. And Joe Chindamo will play the piano. And Pablo Bencid is on the drums. And Phil Rex is on the bass. So this is a world-class jazz group. And we hope you enjoy yourself. This will be a secret weapon on how to fight terrorism. We will fight terrorism through jazz. We will confuse Hezbollah and Hamas and the Islamic Jihad through jazz. They won't know what hit them. So, folks, come and play some jazz for us.
From here, but be careful.
That's not a very flexible articulation you've got there. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So it is a pleasure for me to introduce the musicians on the stage. On the keyboard, we've got Joaquin Damo. On the bass, we've got Phil Rex. And on the drums, we've got Pablo Bencide. So Pablo is traveling, he came here to travel from New York, and Phil and Joe accompanying me from Melbourne, Australia. So you know, in Australia, we've got this tradition where we always start by acknowledging in any public event these days, concert or government event, whatever it is, we start by acknowledging the indigenous people of the land. And they've got the same tradition in Canada. They also have the same tradition now in the United States. And I think that in Israel they should also have the same tradition. You guys, the Israelis that are present here, should always start, even this conference should have started, by acknowledging the traditional owner of this land, the Jewish people. It is a recommendation. All right, well, we here, that will be the only political statement I make tonight. This first song was You Make Me Smile, song that I recorded in 2012 from an album called Long Way. What's this next song? Oh, so that comes from our very latest album called Eclecticity, not to confuse with electricity, many people do. So, All Night Blues. Jerusalem Symphony Orchestra in Jerusalem, and then yesterday we played in Ra'anana with the Jerusalem Symphony again, and we played all the songs, the songbook of Jobim, rearranged by Joe. Joe is currently the in-house composer of the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra, and so I had to extract him to bring him over to Israel to be with us, and so he did the arrangement of the Jobim songs that we played with the Jerusalem Symphony. And there's one song though that he composed that's called "Something Will Come to Light" that we can do without the orchestra, so we're going to give it to you tonight. We're going to play it for you. Joe, do you want to say a few words about your song? You want to skip that? It's a love song, so you've got a whole story to tell, but not tonight, yeah? Do you want to? Yes? No? Okay. into place called In a Reflective Mood, and we have not recorded it yet. So we have not played it in public many times. So you will excuse us if we're experimenting a bit. So this next song, you give it away. So this next song is called Israel Blues. Was written here in Israel under fire from Iran back in October 24.